Sorry about that. We'll retake, take two. Good morning and welcome to our May 11th, 2021 San Benito County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll start off today with talking about the regular meeting agenda. I want to do it a little bit different, so always keep people on their toes. These meetings are open to the public under the following conditions. All attendees must comply with the state of California's face covering requirements. If you are exempt from the state face covering guidance, you will be required to wear a face shield, which will be provided to attend the board meetings. Are the face shields back there? Yes, they are. All attendees must follow physical distancing, 6 feet requirements. All attendees must comply with other rules of procedures, instructions announced by the Board of Supervisors and our county staff. Due to physical distancing requirements, audience seating is limited for the public. It will become on a first-come, first-served basis, except any members of the recognized press entities shall be given priority. The meeting will be available through Zoom for those who wish to join with the instructions below. Just want to make sure that we adhere to these rules and ordinances that we have in place here in San Benito County. So, want to look at the Pledge of Allegiance by Miss B. Gonzalez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Acknowledge the certificate of posting.
I'll make that go.
Is there a second? Second. Supervisor Tiffany first. Second was by B. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Motion passes. This is just redundant and it's on purpose. Notice of the temporary procedures for board supervisors meeting, as we stated earlier. I'll give it to the clerk here to talk about that.
Good morning, Chairman and board members, community members. Members of the public who are present here in the chambers and wish to speak during public comment periods, you can raise your hand and wait to be called up to the podium. If you wish to make a comment through Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure you can participate through public comment. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to presentations and recognitions. First one, we have approve a proclamation declaring May 16th through May 22nd as the National Public Works Week in San Benito County. Mr. Benny Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I appreciate the proclamation very much. What it does is honor the work that's done by some of the unsung heroes in local government, state government, and the national government for that matter across the country, the public works staff of all the agencies in America. I do think there are unsung heroes, and I appreciate the proclamation recognizing them and also declaring next week as National Public Works Week in San Benito County as well as across the country. It's the 61st annual Public Works Week designation in the country, so it's been going on for a while. I'm pleased to be a lifetime member of that association, and I wanted to just take just a moment and recognize a couple of our key staff people in particular that are often the first responders along with our public safety personnel when there are incidents, and often they are there cleaning up after the other responders have left. It's all important, but often first and last, and then day in and day out, They take care of the public works systems of America, planning, design, construct, operate, and maintain. Some of it we don't see. Some of our water systems and wastewater systems we don't really see until there's an issue. And then they're really visible and important at that point. So I just appreciate the proclamation, and I wanted to recognize two particular staff members for the Resource Management Agency that kind of look after these areas. First is Deems Katada, who's the interim county engineer. Deems, if you would come to the podium, I want to give you this proclamation in just a minute. Deems has been with the county for many years, and he's one of our unsung heroes. He's always in there slugging it out on the mainly planning, design, and construction part of the program. And then the other staff member who couldn't be with us today because he had to be in South County, he's with Granite Rock and Chapin, and they're working on patching some of our roads and repairing some of the shoulders that were damaged by the January storms. And that's Jason DeRosa. Jason DeRosa is also a longtime county employee and oversees the operations and maintenance side of the public works entity for San Benito County, and which is of course housed in the Resource Management Agency. So I wanted to thank Deems and Jason in particular for their leadership and the work that they do on behalf of the public. And with your indulgence, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I would like to present this proclamation to Deems Katada and give him a chance to say something if he would like to. He's a very humble person, and I'm not sure he wants to say anything. He's probably terrified that I am throwing the mic to him if he wants to, but I wanted you to just indulge that for just a moment if you would. And thank you so much for the proclamation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Mr. Deems, would you like to say something on behalf of the Public Works?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for I just want to say thank you so much for the recognition today, and it's it's been a pleasure to work with Public Works and to do community service, or do the everyday works as helping the community and for the good of the community. Thanks.
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our second one. We have approved proclamation declaring, do we need to vote on that, Ray? Or? Yeah. So let's, okay, do all at the same time. Okay. So approved proclamation declaring May as Mental Health Month in San Benito County. This will be presented by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, so this proclamation states that the month of May as Mental Health Month in San Benito County, whereas mental health affects the psychological and emotional health of millions of people of all ages, race, and ethnicities every year. The symptoms of mental health can be managed or eliminated through early intervention, treatment, services, and intervention. And I'm going to jump. Whereas the month of May is recognized nationally and throughout our state as Mental Health Month to eliminate the social stigma attached with mental illness and provide hope and recovery. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of San Benito Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of eliminating the social stigma attached to individuals experiencing mental illness and embrace the belief that individuals experiencing mental illness can recover.
And Ricky, are you online?
This is Alan Yamamoto. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alan. Sorry about that.
I'd like to express my appreciation to the board and also to the public for supporting our mental health services. We've been recognizing May as Mental Health Month for quite a while now. And I'd like to turn this over to our management analyst, Juan Cervantes, who would also like to provide for you information about our May as Mental Health Month activities. Juan, are you there? Hey, Juan will join me on my microphone. He didn't get unmuted on your site.
Good morning, everybody. for May is Mental Health Month, Behavioral Health Department has contracted with a billboard agency to advertise that mental health services are available in our county. You'll be able to see the red billboard that states "Don't Mask Mental Health" with our 24-hour crisis line phone number. This will help bring awareness in the community. In addition, we've created radio announcements that are being broadcasted in our local communities to inform of services for our recovery services. We've received many calls already from the public asking questions and about our services. So it's an effort to again increase awareness for different services available through the Behavioral Health Department. We're also providing weekly Zoom webinars every Friday in the month of May. They're going to be done at 3 o'clock, presented by our case management team on various topics regarding mental health and mental health awareness. Topics include anxiety, depression, positive coping skills, self-care, and signs and symptoms to be aware of. Our case managers are also working on pre-recording a video on mental health awareness, targeting students K through 8. This will be a pre-recorded message that will be distributed to our local schools. That way the teachers can share with their students. Also in May, we'll be moving into our new behavioral health building. This is a 17,212 square foot building, which will allow for 22 clinical offices, which would be a significant increase from the space that we have available currently. This will allow for increased access for clients to receive services on site. Tentatively, the ribbon cutting ceremony is scheduled for June 17th at 12:30. We, Behavioral Health, hopes that the Board of Supervisors are able to attend. More information on the event to follow. And then just to add on that, moving on to different events that Behavioral Health has scheduled for June, which is Pride Month, we are going to partner with the local public library and schedule virtual story time for the public. And it's going to be open to everybody, and it's family-friendly books that focus on the LGBTQ community to reduce stigma. We're also going to have a live Zoom event with the library that they organize, where we can advertise the LGBTQ services as well as behavioral health services. And to cap off the Pride events in June, we're going to have a flag raising event where we'll have informational tables about services that behavioral health offers, tied with an open house of our newly redesigned LGBTQ center. That's all I have for today.
Any parting words,
Thank you.
Ellen? Okay. We will go to the third proclamation. This is to approve a proclamation declaring May 2021 as Community Action Month in San Benito County, and recognize board members who are serving on the Community Action Board. This will be presented by Bob and received by, I believe, Enrique.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm presenting this to Enrique Areola, who's the Deputy Director of the San Benito County Health and Human Services Agency. The proclamation is as follows. Whereas community action emerged from the heart of President Lyndon B. Johnson's 1964 proclamation of America's war on poverty, where battles must be won in the field, in every private home, in every public office, from the courthouse to the White House. And whereas community action has put a human face on poverty for 57 years by advocating for limited income citizens without a voice so that they may enter the middle class and reach for the American dream, replacing their despair with opportunity. And whereas community action builds and promotes economic stability as an essential aspect of enabling and enhancing stronger communities, which in turn promotes self-sufficiency, ensuring that all Americans are able to live in dignity. And whereas community action has enhanced the lives of millions of people across America by providing essential life-changing services and opportunities such as affordable housing, economic development, health care, energy assistance, natural disaster relief, and recovery. And whereas community action already serves 99% of America's counties in rural, suburban, and urban communities, and because it is right, because it is wise, and because in our hearts and minds we believe it is possible, we will conquer poverty in our lifetime. And whereas community action will continue to implement innovative and cost-effective programs to improve the lives and living conditions of the impoverished, continue to provide support and opportunities for all citizens in need of assistance, and continue to be a major voice of reason in establishing welfare system reforms. Whereas the San Benito County Community Action Board has served as the advisory arm of the local community action agencies since, it says add year, so I'm going to say for a long time. Now, therefore, I, Bob Tiffany, Board of Supervisor member, on behalf of Ellen Leitonen, Community Action Board, Chair of San Benito County, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Community Action Month in recognition of the hard work and dedication of all San Benito County community action agencies.
Enrique?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Too well.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisor members and members of the public. This is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director for Health and Human Service Agency, Community Service and Workforce Development. I want to thank you for declaring May as a Community Action Month. Community Action Board has been in existence here in San Benito County since 1986. The mission is very direct, ending poverty by empowering people. And the main reason of having this vision is to support those most in need in our community. I just wanted to highlight really quick a couple of statistics. The Community Action Agency served 848 households with the low-income home energy assistance programs. Every year we serve anywhere between 800 and 1,000 households. 604 individuals participated in homeless and housing related programs. We spend about $830,000 receiving rental assistance, utility assistance, and so forth. We issued 835 hotel vouchers, totaling $545,000, where individuals received temporary shelter in hotels. It worked tremendously. It was very efficient, especially due to our pandemic. And also 20 homeless families with children, and totaling 30 adults and 53 children participated in our emergency winter shelter program this past year. 366 volunteers income tax returns were completed as part of the volunteer income tax program, and refunds total $731,000 coming back to this community. So the Community Action Board is very progressive, and I wanted to thank all board members for their endless commitment in serving our community of San Benito County, and also thank the staff for doing such a terrific job and moving the agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to the last one here. Approve a proclamation declaring May 16th through the 22nd as a Safety Seat Checkup Week in San Benito County. And that would be presented by Supervisor Kazmicki.
So first off, it's just amazing if you think about it that seatbelts have been required for only the last 35 years here in our progressive state of California. So just kind of underscores how far we've come in 35 years, but we have a lot of work to do. So whereas the #1 preventable cause of death and injury to children and young adults is the automobile collision, and whereas about 90 child passengers under 15 are killed and more than 12,000 injured in automobile collisions in California each year, whereas 71% of small children killed in crashes would be alive today if they had been properly restrained in child safety seats, whereas 45% of injuries to child occupants ages 4 to 8 could be prevented with the use of booster seats, and whereas more than 90% of child safety seats are used incorrectly. And whereas the state requires that all occupants ride restrained properly in safety seats or safety belts with children in the back seat until the age of 8. And whereas crash-tested safety seats are moderately priced and widely available for purchase at retail stores and at low cost from safety seat distribution programs throughout the state. Whereas Safety Belt Safe USA has been dedicated for more than 41 years to protecting children from injury or death while being transported in a motor vehicle. Be it now resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby designate the week of May 16th to the 22nd as Safety Seat Checkup Week. And I just want to present this to our incoming Sheriff Eric Taylor.
Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki. It's not always relatable to think of traffic enforcement in the Sheriff's Office. Historically, the Sheriff's Office doesn't do a lot of traffic enforcement. The Highway Patrol does that. I will tell this board, and I know that Supervisor Gonzalez has been passionate about this lately, that I will pledge to this board and this community to work in collaboration with the Hollister Police Department, and hopefully interim Chief Reynoso becomes the permanent Chief Reynoso. We have a great relationship, and I know that we share a lot of the same philosophies in enforcement, so we will work together to do that. I also have a great partnership with Captain Chris Armstrong with the Highway Patrol. There are a few things that affect public safety and peace officers as the death of a child does. And even though we may not do a lot of traffic enforcement, we are the coroner for this county. So when we do have accidents that involve children, and when we have children that perish in accidents, it is our staff that responds to that and takes care of that. And I can tell you that for this community and anybody listening, that sometimes it may be faster, easier, and seem more convenient to just toss your child into the safety seat and maybe not have it strapped in correctly because you're just going down the street to the store. But I have not seen a bigger impact on anybody in their life than the loss of a child. So please, please, please always think about that when you're in a hurry, and always have your safety seats buckled correctly. And I will pledge to this board and this community that we will be enforcing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These 4 proclamations, what is the wish of the board?
I make a motion that we approve those proclamations.
Is there a second?
Second. Go ahead.
Second by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Hernandez.
First by Supervisor Tiffany. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to a public comment. This is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 5495 4.2. I do want to just say a little thing about public comment. Please understand that these 5 members up here, we represent the entire county. We represent people we agree with. We represent people we do not agree with. It is the public's input that we are asking for to, I'm not saying persuade us, but to provide us feedback on what your thoughts are. I personally don't take any of the public comment as in a personal form, but please understand that there are always 2 sides to the coin, and we are attempting to listen. We are attempting to do what we possibly can do. So once again, I like a constructive dialogue, and I believe public comment is extremely important. And please continue to be passionate about whatever you feel is important in this day and age. So with that being said, is there any public comment?
Anyone in the chambers? No. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak, and please state your name for the record.
Thank you. This is Valerie Aglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And I'm thrilled to be able to speak this morning. Yesterday, our RMA, I'm so excited about the event. Our RMA director and department held its first public outreach at the regional park. It was robust and well organized with maps for the public to draw on, survey access, and lots of parks information. Passersby were very enthusiastic about signing or doing the survey, going online. It was just very, very positive event, and I want to congratulate our RMA for that. Reach San Benito Parks Foundation was there in support of the county as we were tasked by the first Parks and Rec Commission in 2012. What a journey it has been. The Reach Board congratulates the Board of Supervisors on this milestone. The only thing that dampened the day was a report of another car break-in at the Anza Trail. Our trail committee has been in dialogue with the Sheriff's Department in an effort to get a ring camera in the parking area. We've been researching ways to power that with a solar panel, and it's an ongoing issue that it saddens everyone who uses the trail greatly. So we very much appreciate all the Board of Supervisors is doing, and congratulations. We've got the River Parkway and the regional park are underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. We've got one here in the chambers. Please drop off your name and everything when you've completed, please, ma'am.
Elia Salinas, is this on? It's Elia Salinas. Thank you for, good morning, Chair and board members. I would like to start off with the congratulations that the lease was signed with the high school and the project is on the way and going to try to get those funds so we can get the regional park funds so we can start going, getting it started. I think it's fantastic. I think it's going to be great for the community, and you can add that to part of the tourism that'll be able to attract to this county. I am reaching out again to the Sheriff's Department, specifically to Sheriff Darren Thompson. I realize that he's only here for a short period of time, but there is a defendant with a $6,000 warrant, and that individual is out there taunting and saying where the defendant is taking pictures of themselves out in public, and they have been told that they're not going to get arrested, and they're taunting, literally putting out on social media, I'm going to be here at a certain time, come and get me. That was a couple of weeks ago, and then of course at the farmer's market, the defendant was seen at the farmer's market, and it's embarrassing to me the disrespect that it is to the court system and to the Judge Palacios, who several times gave this individual the opportunity and failed, and the defendant failed, and now there's a warrant and the Sheriff Department refuses to go or is not doing their job. And it's my understanding we don't have the Sheriff's Department doesn't have a warrant team, but I don't think it's necessary. All I'm asking is for equity and enforcement. I think if the last name of the defendant had been Martinez or Gonzalez or Sanchez, we would have a different action, especially because this defendant is so boisterous. Or if the defendant was Salinas, I'm sure the Sheriff's Department, because I am very boisterous too. So if it warranted me, if it had been a warrant for me, I'd already be arrested. I'm just asking for equity and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment?
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay, so we will look at department head announcement. This is information only. Mr. Ray Espinosa, anything from your team?
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board. We have one announcement. I wanted to remind the board that next Tuesday, May 18th, we have a special board meeting here at the chambers at 9 a.m. It's for budget, so look forward to that and wanted just to remind you. I also wanted to recognize a department head. Normally large associations in the state meet at larger counties for accommodation purposes. And this year there was a unique situation with COVID. It allowed some opportunities for a smaller county to be able to host a large event. And in our case, I'd like to invite up Joe Paul Gonzalez and thank him, recognize him for actually facilitating a very large event. It's California State Association of County Auditors. Normally we don't get that opportunity in our small county. And I just wanted to ask him to come up and say a couple words. But thank you so much for doing that. It's a lot of work, actually facilitating a big event. A lot of work. So, Joe Paul?
I'd say ditto to that. It was a lot of work, but it was also very gratifying. I was raised Catholic, so it's natural for me to have a lot of guilt. And so when, I've been attending these state association events since I was, actually before I was elected. So over 20 years. And so I've taken a lot from the association. And so when the opportunity came up that, hey, I can actually give something back, I took it. And it was very gratifying, very, I feel that it was very successful. I've had a lot of comments and a lot of emails. We were able to actually, because of the Zoom platform, record the sessions, and we're able to provide them to the membership. And this is pretty much the first time that we've been able to do something like that for the membership, and they seem to be very happy with with the outcome. Yeah, it took 111 years, but we finally did it.
Well, thank you, Joe Paul. Now people know San Benito County, not San Bernardino County.
Oh, I'm sure they're still going to make that mistake.
At least in the auditing field. All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I heard it was very successful, so thank you.
That's all the announcements we have, Mr.
Okay, now we'll go to the board announcements. We'll start off with Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just had a couple items. We met, it was with the EMC going over the AMR contract. I think it's a good idea to have further discussions on it just so we can get a little bit more clarity. But also this last Friday, I met with Congressman Panetta. It was honestly more of a just get to know each other. I didn't really have an agenda on my mind. That wasn't my goal. I did put a small pitch at the end to see what it meant for tourism to be a focus for the congressman to support the county with its efforts. But in general, it was a really good conversation, really get to know my congressman. And then we had I'm trying to remember. There was one other item. Oh, yesterday, duh. We had the stakeholder input with the public. I loved it. It was good seeing Benny and Mike Chambliss there and some of the staff and waste management folks. So there was a lot of good feedback. People are excited. There's talks about vistas or vista points from that location. There's dog poop like receptacles there. Like everybody's, it's like public input is always a good thing because it gets them to feel like they're taking ownership over the park was really important, obviously for the sake of not just support, but ultimately so they could buy into the vision of what it means to advance this park and get it done, right? That's a vital effort. So it was just really, really gratifying to be a part of that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to thank our staff in Granite Rock for addressing the De Anza Trail. They're one of the vintage automobile club that goes up there every year, I believe. And this year it's May 29th is my understanding. And Granite Rock for years has been helping out with that. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate our staff's attention to that. And also, I had it brought to my attention from a constituent that the memorial rock for Jim West was vandalized, so that's something we might want to address, whether that would be with the state or whomever that might be in that area. And then with regard to the comments on the break-ins, it's such a, this has been going on for a long time at De Anza, and And so I'll be talking to the sheriff, the incoming sheriff, and seeing if there's anything we can do, on our side of things, and if, whatever that might be as far as cameras, and I would definitely like to make sure that becomes more of a focus, because we just can't allow that to continue going on. And so event-wise, it did the HDA quarterly breakfast. That was a great event. Our Community Foundation Executive Director Gary Byrne had a nice presentation and talked a bit about grants, and of course the county grants came up, which was great. And then had a Habitat Conservation Planning Summit, the River Park Trail in the city of Hollister, which will eventually be part of the our River Parkway. They had a ribbon cutting, there's a really nice trail there now at Apricot and Summer Way, Apricot Lane and Summer Way, I think it is, in the city of Hollister. And also that same day attended the LULAC farm worker caravan for folks that were coming to donate food supplies for our farm workers. Thank you to LULAC, thank you to Hollister School District and all the volunteers. I met with Valerie Eglin from Reach San Benito over parks. Appreciate Val's continued passion on that area, and had a nice conversation. And then as far as looking forward, one thing I would like to bring up for potential consideration at some point here when we can, I thought this past election was yet another example of sort of the typical record amounts of money being spent by special interests. And so I've said for a while, in order to minimize impacts of special interests and big money influences in politics, to even the playing field to the greatest extent possible for all local residents who would like to run for office, I'd like to propose that we bring back for discussion and direction a proposal for a cap on individual donations to campaigns for county offices. And then lastly, I'm hoping that either the next meeting or perhaps the first meeting in June, we can consider a proclamation to recognize Pride Month, and perhaps to consider a resolution to support the flag raising at the City of Hollister in June. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it being Public Works Week next week, and with the proclamation, certainly I think it's fitting that we recognize specifically one of the recipients was Jason DeRosa, and Jason is someone I've gotten to know quite well. Spent a lot of time with Jason in South County roads, and I just wanted, and in fact I spoke to him this morning to get an update just before he was heading down South County. Just quick update, if you recall, we approved 2 contracts, one with Granite Rock, one with Don Chapin, $500,000 each to deal with some of the worst parts of our roads in our county. And a quick update, Granite Rock, which has been focusing on potholes after dealing with some of the roads closer in, like Fallon Road, Salinas Road, and others around the surrounding area of Hollister and San Juan Bautista. They're now in South County working on Lone Oak Road, soon to be moving to Coalinga Road, which is in really bad shape. I know that personally. And others in South County. Also, while we're talking about potholes, I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work, and it's taken a while, but almost all of Pinochi Road is finally completed as far as dealing with the potholes. So thank you for the dedication of Jason and his crew to finally get that done. And it does, I've talked about this before, but they're dealing with primarily not much more than one road crew to do all of this work, as well as things like mowing and other things, and it's certainly an area that we got to continue to work on to try to build up that staff. Don Chapin is primarily dealing with slide and shoulder work, and they've dealt with, for example, King City Road, Coalinga Road, and now they're moving over to Pinochi Valley and Pinochi Road and some of the slides over there. So that is moving forward. I also wanted to mention that the New Idea Road washout, which was very extensive from the storms in late January. We're still working on a long-term solution, long-term fix, but in order to at least get it opened up in-house, we are moving forward. Jason and his crew is moving forward with a temporary culvert and temporary, getting through New Hydro Road, and that's going to be happening in the next 30 days or so. Hopefully that will be open within a couple of weeks, according to Jason. Also, as we're moving into, the fire season, unfortunately, we're already there. Mowing along county roads is also a high priority, and that's going to be started as well here in the next week or so. Just while we're talking about South County, I want to mention tomorrow I'm going to be spending most of the day down in the Clear Creek area. There's been a tour organized by the BLM people, and I'll be there with representatives from Congressman Panetta's office as well as others. And we're going to take a look at Clear Creek, and there's going to be conversation about whether something can finally be done in regards to, possibly reopening that up at some time in the future. There's also, I'm hoping at our next meeting, the second meeting in May, that we may be taking a look, the board may be looking at the possibility of an ordinance for illegal target shooting and give the ability of local enforcement, sheriff's department ability to deal with that on BLM property. It is a big problem in starting fires on BLM property, which then, of course, carries over into private property in South County. Just of other couple quick things, been very involved in the landfill ad hoc committee, along with Supervisor Medina, and we've been meeting to ensure that landfill expansion EIR does properly and fully address all issues as that moves forward. Been also meeting with Cielo Vista CSAs in order to deal with some issues that they have, and there's going to be other CSAs that we'll be speaking with in the future. And then lastly, on the agenda today, we're going to be talking about a broadband opportunity that's available through the Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC. And I just think, broadband is a huge issue for our community, like all rural communities. And I'm looking forward to talking about that further to today's agenda. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. I'm going to take a slightly different approach, and I want to kind of remind the board here at the dais and the community in general about the level of commitment and dedication that it takes to sit up here and serve our community. For the last 14 months, I've been doggedly committed to serving in this role. I served for almost 10 months as supervisor-elect, and then almost 4 now since I've been sworn in. And this is a responsibility that I take very, very seriously. I have to set personal priorities aside and take care of my county responsibilities. And then at midnight till 6 a.m., I'm kind of taking my own personal needs. And I just want to remind the individuals sitting up here at the dais, as elected officials, we sign up to be dedicated public servants. And it is a task that I take very, very seriously. I embrace it wholeheartedly. And I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else, but I just want to remind individuals there are a lot of the needs in the community, and we have to put our personal business aside and take care of the county business. We're being paid to assume this role. We also we were elected into this position, and we need to hold ourselves up to that responsibility. Again, I put personal business aside, and I take care of a task whenever I'm assigned. An example of that was on Friday. I had checked my emails, and I went ahead and was taking care of personal business. I checked my email about 45 minutes later, and there was a email from Edgar, and I saw it as it was an emergency situation. I didn't know exactly what it was, and says, "Can you meet me out at the migrant camp?" I dropped what I was doing. I went dressed the way I was in sweats, my tank top, my hair a mess, and I discovered that I'm meeting with state representatives from Sacramento, Lourdes Castro Ramirez and Gustavo Velasquez, and it looks like they're going to be great assets for us to be working with in the future. But it's things like that where we have to put our personal business aside and we have to focus on the responsibilities that we received. So I'm saying to my fellow board members, as supervisors, if we cannot or will not and do not wish to serve on a ad hoc or a committee that we've been assigned, please relinquish that responsibility back to the board and allow another supervisor to accept the responsibility. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we need to commit to it. And so, thank you. Oh, and a reminder for the public, I still have 2 positions available to serve as a commissioner, one on the Community Action Board and the other for a Parks and Rec. So if you're interested, please get a hold of me, okay? Because I really like to make sure that all of the other commissions are fully staffed. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, Supervisor Tiffany always speaks in a delightful manner. And then there's my updates and my requests, so a little bit different. There's 3 things that I'm continuously receiving calls about. One of them is fireworks. We've got to do something. We have to do something this year about the illegal fireworks. I don't have the answer, but I would expect all of us to put our heads together and figure out the best way to decrease the illegal activity out there. It's I think it's becoming worse and worse. This is only May 10th, maybe 11th, and they're already starting. So and with the fire season, everything of that nature, I just want to figure out if there's something we can do, whether it's a PSA, whether it's just educating people on, you have some type of a spark going up, spark's going to come down, and guess what? It's going to be detrimental. So that's one of the things. The second thing is, I'd want to revisit. I've been speaking about this for 5 years, or at least 4 years. Is we need to look at the stoplight over at Fallon and Fairview. We need something there, whether it's a stoplight or we need to do something. And I know Benny Young is new to the realm there, but we need to bring them up to speed as quick as possible and see if anything can be done, because there's going to be more and more traffic going that way with the build out of Santana Ranch and then the awards homes from the Hollister side. They are starting to build, I think it was roughly 300-400 homes. And then you have the KB homes off of 25, which they may use 25, or they may think it's easier to go down Fairview. So that's another couple hundred homes. So we have to really look at that. And the last one is, this is, sorry to involve you in this, Supervisor Tiffany. This is about roads. When we look at roads, I know last year before Mr. Young got here, or it could be right at the same time, there was a lack of cement in the marketplace. So we were not able to do a lot of work on roads that have already been committed. We already had the funding for it. Specifically that I know I voted on, and I know it's in the works, is Fairview, Cienega, Best Road, and Thomas Road. We need to stop all these excuses and get this stuff done. The money's there. The vote was there almost a year ago, and no more excuses. We need to get it done. So, sorry to be so direct, but we need to show some type of a finish where it's just been, if I can use an analogy that you swim a lot, is we're just treading water. We're not moving. So I appreciate that that we work on that. And once again, I know we're short staff. That's why we decided to really farm it out, because I know it still takes staff time and it takes behind the scenes. I'm not that I'm intelligent enough to know that there is other things, but we have a third party that will do most of that work. So I just want to make sure we follow up on that, Ray.
Yeah, I'll just be brief on this. I can tell you that I've been reaching out to Benny about this, about Fairview and Fallon in particular. And he's going to be presenting to your board on Tuesday at our special meeting about the roads and giving you guys a quick update on the financial situation that we have.
Well, that's
and I'll make sure that we
that's
list
already
these
been approved, right?
Yes, so I know there's portions of the road that they're working on. I don't think the entire Fairview Road will be worked on, but I don't know if you want to comment briefly.
No, I mean, we don't need it.
We can do that on Tuesday.
We can do that on Tuesday. I just want to make sure that I'll look back at my records too. And no disrespect towards you, Mr. Young. I know you're taking the helm, and there's a lot of skeletons in that closet, and there was a lot of promises made. But when promises are made in a vote, there are no more promises. They are what we have to abide by. So but we can talk after that. I have
on Tuesday we'll go through that.
Yeah, complete confidence in it that it will get done.
Yep.
Okay. That concludes my dismal update compared to Supervisor Tiffany. Okay, so now we'll look at the consent agenda. Do any board members wish to pull any items?
I wish to pull 5 and 6, please.
We have Supervisor Gonzalez, 5 and 6. Is there any other?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item number 1.
Item number 1 for Supervisor Tiffany.
None here, Mr. Chair.
Good boy.
I'm double checking on numbers here.
You're out of time. Okay.
Just had a brief question on the public health lease.
On which one? 7, 8, or 9?
Sorry.
Or, I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, 8, 9, or 10?
9.
9, okay. Yeah. That's the 7,700?
Yeah.
Okay. How about with any anything need to be pulled from the public?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Elia Salinas. I'd like to pull 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, hold on.
3, 4, 5, and 6.
5 and 6 already pulled.
Okay. 12, 13, 14.
12, 13, 14.
And 2 and 3 can go together.
You didn't pull 2, did you?
I'm sorry, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. I have the same question for both.
Okay. So, okay, we will, anything from Zoom?
Nothing on Zoom.
Okay, so what we're looking at is number 2, number 7, number 8, number 10, number 11. What is the wish of the board on those items?
I didn't hear 12 pulled. Did somebody pull 12?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
2, 7, 8, 10.
I move that we approve consent items 2, 7, 8, 10, and 11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay, we'll start off with, since it,
Did you want to continue any of those to the end of the meeting?
since it is a shorter meeting, I think we can, and some of them are together, so I think we're fine, but thank you for that statement. So we'll start off with number 1. I think Supervisor Gonzalez, did you pull that?
No, that was me.
Oh, Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked that this be pulled really because I'm just, if Alan, if you're online, just I've read about it, but just kind of an overview of what exactly this covers, the $152,000. I'm curious a little bit more specific about what it covers, and then also specifically, if you could explain how it's reported out. I gather there's a report to you, but I'm also wondering if the results from the consulting gets reported to the Behavioral Health Board and also possibly the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Yes, this is Alan. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, this is a consultant that we've utilized for various special projects. The real specialty area is around quality management issues and data collection specifically. So it's a lot of statistics, and a lot of that is required information for reports that we have that go to the State Department of Healthcare Services. We also have quite a few new quality management staff that are currently being taught how to do some of this work by this particular consultant. And then when we apply for grants and other special project issues, those are the areas that we've primarily focused on. This consultant providing attention to and doing some of the staff work assistance on. And then did you have other parts to your question that you wanted me to speak to?
One is how, whatever results are obtained through the consulting, how is that reported out? Is that reported, and I don't know if where it's appropriate, reported to the Behavioral Health Board as well as to the Board of Supervisors as necessary? That's one question. And I'm also just curious, I think this applies to a number of departments that use consultants. Do you foresee a time, you mentioned training, foresee a time when a consultant like this may not be necessary and we can do this in-house?
That doesn't appear to be on the near horizon. I would imagine if we were to acquire staff that could do the level of work required and had the level of knowledge that this consultant provides to us, that would be something that we could fulfill in-house. That doesn't appear to be in the foreseeable future, but I don't want to rule out that at some point in time we might acquire somebody like that. And then as far as reporting out, I guess one good example for reporting out to the Behavioral Health Board, this consultant recently assisted and has, I think for the past 2 years, assisted the Behavioral Health Board with completing the data notebook required by the Planning Council, which by the nature of its name probably informs you that it did have quite a bit of data information required in it. And she assisted a subcommittee in fulfilling that requirement and submitting the data notebook. Occasionally there are issues related to the Board of Supervisors regarding requests for information that over the years this consultant has assisted with. In fact, I believe this consultant also assisted county administration many years ago in implementing the HIPAA regulations, which are in large measure about privacy and the handling of protected healthcare information.
Thank you, Alan.
Yes.
Is there any public comment?
Elia Solis, thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, for pulling this item. So it goes along with myself, with also 3 and 4 real quick. I'm just going to start it here because it's a budget, and I know that you're going to have a special meeting next week with regards to the budget. What is the budget for the health department for this? And when you say reporting that this is a company that's been used for years, are we using them as a habit and we continue to keep giving them the contract like I complained about the public defender's office? Can we do an RFP because there's other companies that do the same thing, or we're just doing it because it's a habit and we just have a relationship with them and we're not questioning their work that they're doing? Thank you.
Fair questions. Can we use that for 2 and 3 also, ma'am? Yes. So we can approve all 3 of them? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone.
Yes, were there additional parts to the question that you wanted me to speak to, or should I respond now?
Budget on Tuesday. We can either talk about it real quick here or bring it in there and talk about how it becomes to this contract, like Ms. Salinas was stating, because between her and Supervisor Gonzalez, they were big believers in the public defender, and look what we did there. We, once again, it's good to see a fresh set of eyes, and I appreciate both of you looking into that, because now we do have something new. So I'll let you go from there real quick if you'd like to elaborate on that, Alan, and then we'll bring it back on Tuesday.
Yeah, this particular contractor has quite a bit of background around the fiscal area of behavioral health, cost reporting, and other types of reports that are required for fiscal accountability by the State Department of Healthcare Services. And we have had quite a bit of turnover in our accounting positions, and so for the past few years, this particular consultant has been doing a lot of teaching also, and filling in during the times that we've had gaps with our accounting staff, just not having them literally. In fact, that just recently happened, and now we're on another cycle of getting somebody through the learning curve who we have as current behavioral health staff, and teaching that person how to do some of the functions so we can continue to decrease the amount of hours utilization of this particular contractor. This contractor has been in the behavioral health field for many years, and currently contracts with multiple other counties, and has also contracted with the County Behavioral Health Directors Association on special projects, and also on providing presentations on cost reports to help other counties to learn how to complete the cost reports. Were there other parts to the question that you wanted me to respond to?
Do you, any supervisors have questions?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Kosmic.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the, how does the RFP process integrate with behavioral health? I know there's specialties involved, but do we go out for RFPs? Is this, I think the question is valid as far as, is this just a contractor that we're, is a turnstile of sorts? So I would like to know what is the practice, what's legally required, and what do we do as far as just our typical practice?
Many years ago, there was a purchasing manual that had indicated that certain specialty areas did not require the RFP process, and this particular consultant fell into that category. It was one of those professional specialty areas, just because of the arcane nature of behavioral health, fiscal reporting, cost reporting. In fact, we sometimes have actually had to go to hearing with the Department of Healthcare Services when they challenge our cost reporting methodology. And sometimes at stake there is the potential, if we don't present a successful argument, for the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this particular consultant has been in this area for so many years. It is his specialty. So he fell into the category of then purchasing manual categorization of a specialist in this particular area. So he was not acquired through RFP.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, let me just, as a follow-up, this is more a general comment. I know we're going to talk, as you said, next week in our special meeting on budget, but I think this is a question for us all to take a look at. Many departments use a number of different consultants, and it's understandable, you have a small county, and when there's, certainly in particular, when there's, one-time events, projects that have to be dealt with, or in a specialty area, it may be very, well be more cost-effective to use a consultant. And in those cases, it certainly makes sense. I do think there's times when we may get into, as Ms. Salinas said, we get into the habit of using a consultant year after year. And it may be that if it's an ongoing need, that it makes sense to start looking at, can we do that in-house and do it through, hire an additional person, which will, make it more cost-effective. So I just think it's a general thing that when we look at the budget, we should be taking a look at as we go forward. The other thing is, in a situation like this, I think it's important that, the county's spending the money for a consultant. If it's appropriate, then we want to be sure that, whatever consulting work that they're doing does get reported to not just that, department, but also the Board of Supervisors, so we can, evaluate and hear the results of the work that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? What is the wish of the board?
I think Ray had a comment.
No.
I was, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I was just gonna just highlight, and we could talk about this next week a little bit more. It really depends as well with the consultants. I just wanted to share that because there may be a specialty item that a department may be confronted with that doesn't need a full-time position for the entire year. And I think that's when these specialty consultants come into play, if it's just, on a one-off basis. A lot of the contracts at RMA, Behavioral Health and Health and Human Services they have an up to, so they use it kind of as when they need it, right? It's just, I need it this time because there's an issue with a youth, or there's an issue with an issue in maybe from a technology perspective or something that's very unique, and then they're able to use them and utilize their services quickly, or quicker than normal. So, but again, we can probably talk about those policies and the RFP process on Tuesday a little bit more in depth. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just really quick, just kind of a side note, and agreeing to a certain extent with what Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned. Within our meeting, our first of the year when we had our strategic plan, there was some goals set, and there's different goals. I can't remember all of them, but I know sustainable growth within that, talking about efficiencies. So maybe that would be an anchor point to try to reference, like in general, the bigger picture, right, for the Board of Supervisors to understand these decisions. Like, it's like the subtle nuances of what it means to be efficient. Do you hire someone for the whole year? For a specialty, it's probably tough, especially since we might not need them again, unless it's for a specific task. Or do we just is it consulting a wise choice at that point, because you're outsourcing it, you're being very specific and intentional, and you anchor it according to what is sustainable. So those are just my thoughts, because I think this is kind of a broader appeal to the whole of government, the county government, that we really we're lacking depth, I guess is my point. And how to address that, right, is the bigger picture sentiment of what I hear from the board right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What's the wish of the board? All right, we're looking at number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or I'm sorry, 1, 3, and 4.
I move that we approve consent items number 1, 3, and 4.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
No.
No?
4-0.
4-1.
4-1.
And you said no to all of them, or just?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to item number 5. This is to delegate the IT committee. This was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
The reason I pulled this is because I've been like a broken record trying to get the IT committee to meet again. We've had one meeting all year. I know that there are members in the community that really want to have an audience with the county, and for whatever reason, they have not been able to So when I saw this item on there, I was actually upset. Because it's like, well, wait a minute, there's other people that want to talk to the county first. I've had an opportunity to speak with Supervisor Tiffany, and I'm totally in agreement that this is a great idea. I love the idea of us as a county having a strategic plan for broadband. It's something, as Supervisor Hernandez just mentioned, is something we have to be on. We're behind the 8 ball here, and we haven't got on it, so thank you, Peter, for saying that. And I do not want to leave money on the table in terms of something where state or federal monies will be, help us resolve one of our significant issues in the community. So I just wanted to pull that so I can make that commentary. And I'm hoping that as we delegate this as a task to the IT committee, that I can modify this item and ask the IT committee to look at not only the RCRC issue, but also to work with the other group that I've been trying to bring to the county's attention. So that's my only reservation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, because I'm the one that asked this be put on the agenda, and I have spoken to Supervisor Gonzalez about it. So at the last RCRC meeting, which is, for those who are not familiar in the audience, it's an association of the rural counties of state of California. 37 counties are part of this, and I'm the board member of the RCRC for San Diego County. At any rate, there was a presentation made at this last meeting whereby there's, as we were talking about earlier, there's a huge broadband issue for all rural counties throughout the state of California, and certainly that's the issue here in San Diego County. It's particularly of a concern, obviously, in the rural areas, but particularly also in the lower income areas of our county, and it is a huge issue for everyone, but particularly for our school-age children. And so there's a great need. The state sees there's a great need. And so RCRC, in working with the EDA, the Economic Development Agency of the federal government, is looking to put together a grant proposal where they would group together all of the rural counties that do not currently have a full-blown strategic plan for broadband within their county. And under this grant proposal to the EDA, and they have pretty high confidence that it will be approved, roughly 80% of it will be covered by the EDA, and the balance will be covered about 20% by each county, which would be roughly, they're estimating up to about 25,000. Could be less than that, but that would be our commitment of probably about $120,000 strategic plan that would cover the entire county, would be in depth as far as what our existing situation is, and the way I understand it, it would provide for a implementation plan for our county as far as how to move forward with broadband. The other thing that's key about this is that in order to in order to apply for a number of federal grants with organizations like the EDA, the USDA, and others, you have to have a broadband strategic plan. That is required. So without a broadband strategic plan, you can't apply for these monies. So it just seems to me it's a very cost-effective way to try to move things forward. As Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, there's already been quite a bit of work done by some individuals over the last several years to try to move forward in broadband. And there's already, I think, a partial plan put together, particularly for the western part of the county in certain areas. So this certainly wouldn't be, I don't think, to replace that in any way, and I would imagine piggyback on what the work has already been done. But I do think it makes sense to to go forward with this, and it would, I think, be an impetus for us to really move aggressively forward to address broadband. It also ties into, and this is one reason why RCRC is brought it up now, is with the money that we're going to be receiving and other counties going to be receiving through the American Rescue Plan, and we're getting, as we've talked about earlier, over $12 million. Part of that money can be spent for infrastructure, or all of it, and it's possible that we may want to allocate some of that money for broadband infrastructure, particularly because it's the kind of thing that not only we need, but also it will be an investment for the future for our county. And the last thing I'll say is what this is going to do today would just be simply give direction from the board to have the IT ad hoc committee take this forward, take a look at it closer, and then I believe probably come back to the board at our last meeting in May on the 25th, and hopefully make a recommendation that we move forward with this. We will need to make a commitment to the RCRC by May 28th. I got that confirmed yesterday, if we are going to participate in this application. Thank you.
And that becomes problematic because our meeting isn't even scheduled until May 28th.
May 25th.
Okay.
So we do have a few days. We probably, I imagine some of the legwork could be done, but May 28th is the cutoff for the Friday after our meeting.
And just for clarity, I'd like to invite up Sacramento. He's our IT manager. I have been asking him to set up a meeting, a broadband meeting. I know there's been scheduling conflicts, but I did ask him to actually set a meeting up sooner than later for the ad hoc.
Good.
I think that's important, so that way we can do some legwork prior to our next board meeting and be able to present that.
And I
So.
do believe we have public comments online that want to speak about this. Yeah, I know, I'm just saying, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? I had a question. Are we sure that's enough time, the 3 days? You know, is there an extensive application, that sort of thing? That just want to make sure on that.
I believe, Supervisor Kuzmicki, that in order to opt in, we basically, it's fairly simple. We have to just simply tell them that we're interested. I've already told them that we likely would be, but we have to officially tell them we're interested. We have to officially make a commitment, which would be, I assume, voting on it for the up to the 25,000. We do have to provide a letter of support for the application, and then we have to commit to forming a local task force that would interact with the consultants if we move forward. So there's not a lot that's time-wise involved, but maybe we can do some of the legwork, you know, ahead of the meeting on the 25th, so we're ready to go.
Supervisor Sacramento, do you have anything to add?
No, not at the moment,
Okay.
other than just.
Okay, we'll go to any other questions from the board members. If not,
Had some quick thoughts.
Right.
Yeah, so I appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez's sentiment. From what I'm hearing, even what Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, this sounds to be like it's the catalyst for broadband, which basically we didn't even have the legwork to get to this point, and now we're finally here, which is obviously good. My only recommendation, as you know, one supervisor, is to consider the safest route when it comes to broadband. I know it could be expensive, and I know we might desire, you know, there might be interest to default to things that are maybe not as safe. You know, I've heard there's issues with 5G towers and stuff, so I know that should be part of the conversation. So the slow and steady wins the race in my mind. So if we can start this process, but do it in a way that's focused on the public interest, which to me isn't just getting broadband, but ultimately making sure that it's safe. Those are my only thoughts, Mr. Chair.
we'll open it to public comment. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment online, please press *9 or the raise hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Franny Cooper from Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, and I am in charge of our broadband initiative and have worked with Edgar Nolasco and Sacramento Villicana and many other entities. We're a regional nonprofit that's focused on economic vitality. And so in terms of our broadband initiative, I have gone through the EDA process for another project and understand it's a very long drawn out, and it might take quite a bit of time to get the grant. And we already have a really good idea of what the broadband needs are in the county after meeting with the school districts, the special task force, and we're closely aligned with the Central Coast Broadband Consortium, which has been doing this mapping work for well over 15 years. So I have a pretty good document that outlines what the needs are in the county. And some of it is not just about broadband access, it's about affordability and reliability of broadband access. And so we have to address that as well. So I don't want to, I agree that a strategic plan is very important, but I don't want that to preclude to delay the work that we could be doing now, because the ARP spending will have to be completed in 3 years. So whatever is allocated for infrastructure will have to be spent within 3 years. And I don't think the process should be slowed down by doing a long drawn out plan when we already have a pretty good idea of what the coverage is and what the issues are in the areas that are already covered. Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom.
I think we have someone coming down from the chambers here.
Good morning, Elia Salinas. I'm not really keen on RCRC, honestly. I've for years, I've dealt with them. So this is nothing new. The supervisors that are up there, there's 3 of you that this is actually something new. Supervisor Kaminsky, I know you've reported on them before, so you've come before the board and heard about, done stuff with them. But I also don't want to slow things down. But you only have 34 counties with RCRC, and there's 58 counties. So Supervisor Tiffany, are you saying that RCRC is going to represent all 58, even though only 34 are participating? And let's not forget that there are Assembly Bill 14, Assembly Bill 34, Assembly Bill 41, State Bill 4, and close to us is State Bill 28, which is it's written by Ana Caballero locally, so she's aware of what's going on. All these bills all have to do with broadband, and it seems that the infrastructure right now, the word for currently now, is that you're really woke. Somebody asked me earlier, what does woke mean? I'm going to say it now. If you're talking about infrastructure and it's broadband, infrastructure has always been thought of as just the roads and the bridges and stuff, but now people are more interested in it. We definitely need it. When the schools went to long distance learning, there are numerous people out there that are within the city and out within the county, and we're talking about rural down in South County and down in Aromas area, and that don't have access to it. And the parents had to drive the kids locally to try to get some type of Wi-Fi so the kids could do their homework. So this is really important, but again, I don't think that you should be pushed into a corner to make a decision, because that's exactly what's happening. How many meetings has the Ag Hot Committee had that we're down to this right now, and why hasn't this been discussed before? I'm very interested. The Ag Hot Committee was compiled some time ago, and between that to now, how many meetings have they had? How have you had? And why is it that it's down to the last minute? And one of the members of the Ag Hot Committee wasn't even aware of this until, and she's part of it, and it was added, and it was brought on by another supervisor, yet the ad hoc committee was not aware of this, so thank you.
Just for the record, Ms. Salinas has 37 counties.
Okay, and then,
Just wanted to, there's 37, not 34.
and then,
Any other public comment?
Mr. Chair,
We need to go to public comment, and then we'll come back.
well, like, someone had just texted me that they have their hand up, but they're not being acknowledged.
That's what we're looking for,
Yes,
public comment.
okay.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Wayne Norton. I live in Aromas, but I'm here today on behalf of the Access Committee of the San Juan Bautista Rotary Club. We've been meeting for more than a year. We started as an emergency meeting to deal with the broadband issues in our school district, where we have 70% of our kids are on free and reduced lunch, and we have something like a quarter of them who have no access to broadband. But since then, we've expanded our mission, and we've started holding meetings with a broad coalition, including Frenny Cooper from MBEP, the Roma School District Office of Education, and the San Juan Bautista, the San Diego High School tech consultant, John Frisetta. And we have a plan. We have put together the beginnings of a plan. We've done a lot of the work that the RCRC consultant is suggesting. The one thing that we haven't had on our committee is representation from county staff. Supervisor Gonzalez has been meeting with us and has been very helpful in helping us understand some county issues. But we need county staff there. We need county staff at this meeting. It's disheartening for someone who's worked very hard on this issue for more than a year to hear that the county staff doesn't know what we've done, that the county doesn't understand how far down the road we've already taken it. Now, we're not against the planning for RCRC. More planning is better. What I want to caution about is paralysis from analysis. So let's do something. Let's use the information we've already created. Let's use the documentation that we already have. Let's build on what we have and then fold in RCRC work, especially in terms of meeting the federal guidelines that we need to get the federal money. But I very much hope that we don't end up falling further behind while we're waiting for RCRC to do something, especially if they're going to be recreating information that frankly we already have. Thank you.
So for me, a strategic plan with broadband is precisely what we need. I brought this up at our intergovernmental committee meeting, and intergovernmental met and discussed broadband, and the discussion. Broadband is a really complicated issue. It can go in a lot of different directions, and it's such an important issue for the future of our community that having a strategic plan, taking a step back, and involving the community, including several of the groups that spoke today, is really crucial. And so it needs to be a community-driven process, but we do need a strategic plan. We do need a vision. We do need a direction on this. We have to, and we need to be involved. We're the ones that are ultimately held accountable. And so I pushed for the strategic plan a month ago, and I really appreciate Supervisor Tiffany for bringing this forward, and because we're running out of time, frankly. And it does actually, to me, it really underscores the importance of those relationships we have, with these associations. This is a good example of a positive outcome, in my view, assuming we go forward with this. So we do have to take a step back. What are we looking for? Let's even take as far step back as explaining to the community what is broadband. What does that mean? Because some people throw that term around loosely, and there are a lot of different interpretations of what broadband is, whether you're talking about hard fiber, or whether you're talking about fixed wireless, and all these different iterations of technology. So we do need to take a step back, because this is going to have impacts for generations to come. in our community, how we develop broadband, and it should involve our community. I do want to involve the Rotary Access Club. I think that I appreciate the work that they've been doing, and I would personally like to see some communication from our staff.
What club is that?
The Rotary Access Club, the San Juan Rotary Access Club, or I guess I think that's what it's called, Access.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as far as the regional groups that seem to have a keen interest in our broadband, that's great, and I appreciate their input, but we need to be the drivers of this process. We do. We need to be the drivers of this process, in my view, and we need to involve the community. But again, thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. I'm really looking forward to this, and I wholeheartedly support a strategic plan for broadband. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany, any?
Thank you. Just a few clarification. Again, RCRC, again, as Supervisor Medina says, 37 counties. The reason why it's 37 counties is it's for the rural counties. And there's CSAC, which covers all 58 counties, but RCRC covers the rural counties because there are some needs that are specific to rural counties. As far as the timing goes, this came up at the RCRC meeting, just under 2 weeks ago, right after our last board meeting. Because of the timing and the opportunity, I think it makes sense that we take a look at it. We're not making a decision now. We're just saying the IT committee needs to take a look at this. I do think it makes a lot of sense. Seems to be very cost effective. One of the advantages of doing this, one of the speakers mentions the difficulty of EDA grants, is that by binding together, let's say there's of the 37 counties, maybe there's 10 or 15 of the counties that take advantage of this opportunity. The EDA is going to look much more favorably at a grant that's applied on behalf of 15 or 20 counties in the state of California, as opposed to one county, San Benito County, if we try to do this on our own. And so that's why RCRC feels pretty comfortable that there's a good chance we will be successful with this, and they've already been working with the EDA, and the EDA is encouraging them to go forward with this. So I think that's something to be known. I know that, and then lastly, I'll just say I did speak to Mr. Norton yesterday about the work that he's been doing with Access, and I know there's been others. I've been part of the Business Council. I know that they have an arm that has been working on broadband. I know that John Freeman has been working very actively in this for the last few years. So I know that this is not to replace the work that's already been done. My hope would be if we go forward, we will just this will be augment that. But really, I do think there is a need for a full-blown county-wide strategic plan, which I don't believe we have that. I know that we need to address accessibility and affordability, and I think that that's what this plan would do, piggybacking on what's already been done. And as far as timing goes, I know we have 3 years to spend this federal relief money. Obviously, we want to get it out in the community as quickly as we can. There's no desire to delay things. I asked that very question of the RCRC people yesterday, and I know the plan would be if we participate, they would move forward as quickly as possible with trying to get the strategic plan done. So it certainly would be done, well before we would, run out of time with those 3 years. So anyway, those are my additional comments.
Okay, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, the one concern that I have, and that's why I made my mini announcement this morning about commitment and dedication, is this is a significant issue, and wherever and whoever dropped the ball, we really need to focus on the needs. There are individuals and organizations out there that want an audience with the county so that we can put something together. And I have heard from 4 different people in the community, and I'm not going to throw their names out there, but they have told me that they have not got the respect, the time, and the attention that this issue has received. I've spoke with staff about that, and there was a different side to the explanation, but I'm not trying to point fingers. We just have to kind of pull together and start working on whether it's a strategic plan or it's something that the county does together. I understand the county is not in the business to provide, internet service. We're not a provider, but I want to make sure we facilitate all of the individuals who have a stake in it and want to help us resolve this issue. And so to you, Supervisor Hernandez, I want to ask, are you committed to this IT committee? And if you're not, would you be willing to allow Supervisor Tiffany to step in? It's going to take a lot of time and effort and meeting with people, and we have to set this as a priority. And so I'm just wondering if you're going to have the time to be able to dedicate to this committee.
Yes, I would, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Bob?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we delegate to the IT committee consisting of Supervisors Gonzalez and Hernandez to discuss the broadband opportunity further and to bring it back to our next board meeting on May 25th for a decision and direction.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 6. We're going to create an ad hoc advisory committee for tourism, appointing Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Hernandez. And for the record, I did do the appointing of Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Hernandez. And I think both of those individuals would be nothing but the best. Peter, I just want to let you guys know, parks, wine trail, tourism, Pinnacles, he's got that passion. He has a heart, a can-do attitude, and that's all he talks about from the beginning of time. I want tourism, I want tourism, I want tourism. So who else would you appoint on something like that? So, and then Ms. B. Gonzalez, being a newcomer, I think she has that attitude also of, I want something good for this county. She's been she's been in this county since day one. And, you look at it and she wants to see, she wants to reap the rewards that we have out there, because there is a lot of tax revenue that we are missing. So I think both of those together, running this ad hoc committee, would do a superior job. So I believe you pulled this. Go ahead.
Can I reserve my comment until after public comment?
Of
Okay.
course.
Yes.
Any questions from the board members? We'll go to public comment.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. I agree that Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor B would make excellent supervisors on this ad hoc committee. Tourism is huge in the county, and Reach has always been concerned with issues from the Pajaro to the Pinnacles in order to bring tourism and economic stability to the county. So we would really appreciate being kept abreast of how the tourism committee does, or ad hoc does perform, and be of service to them. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michelle Leonard, and I am the president and CEO of the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. And in 2019, we started conversations with the County of San Benito to receive tourism funding from the county. And under the umbrella of economic development, we originally started the conversation with Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Dela Cruz. And the progress we've made in tourism under the umbrella of economic development has been amazing. I'm going to do a presentation on it later, but I just wanted to say that if there is a ad hoc committee created just for tourism, we would be really grateful to continue working with Supervisor Hernandez to keep moving forward. And we would be pleased to work with Supervisor Gonzalez to continue moving forward as a community to uplift tourism, to create opportunities to generate revenue, and just put the spotlight on San Benito County and elevate our community. So thank you for your time.
Any further comments?
No more comments on Zoom.
How about in the chambers? Miss Elia Salinas.
Downer on this one. Okay, so I have an issue with the appointment of Supervisor Hernandez, and this is not personal, and I don't like to come up here and literally, I do not enjoy coming up here and saying negative things and criticizing, but I have to point things out that I've seen, that I've heard, and that the public needs to know, and they've been said in the public. My issue is that I believe, in my opinion, that Peter Hernandez has a conflict of interest. I have attended public meetings where Peter Hernandez has attended as a supervisor and has promoted how something can occur that would bring business over to him. How do you bring business downtown? Well, his business is downtown. One example I'm going to put was the Friends of the Library, and trying to find a place where to put the library. Put the library out on the outskirts of the city, and Mr. Hernandez wanted it to be closer to town because it brought business to downtown businesses, and to me that's a conflict. I would say that if Mr. Hernandez Supervisor Hernandez were to say that would be far from what he would do, then that would be great. I would take his word for it. But he was also on the committee for the broadband, and he has not returned emails trying to set up appointments, and he has not committed himself to that. And he says he's willing to commit himself to that, and now you're putting him on another committee. If he's not 100% committed to one project, what makes it say that he's going to commit to this one? Because he's not doing 100, he's not going to split his time. So we need someone who's going to be committed, and maybe Mr. Hernandez has other things going on at the time, and that's his business. We don't need to know what's going on. But if he does not have the time to commit 100% to all these committees and to the staff and to the board here, then he should reconsider trying to get appointed to any other ad hoc committees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Supervisor Hernandez?
Is that all for public comment, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Just want to make
No
sure.
comments on Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you, Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chair, and I always am up for a hearty debate. I've never been one that tries to emphasize, to a certain extent, my accolades or accomplishments. At the end of the day, it's always been about the county. So to a certain extent, I'll just make a very quick point. The reality is I am a business owner. And that in and of itself, I think frames, it makes it it confuses the argument, because anytime I've ever mentioned my business, it's been more as a reference point of my experience and what I know of what it means to run a business. So it's really more a due diligence and efficiency and experience. At the end of the day, when we're doing projects, whatever they are, I'm passionate about supporting, making sure that it ultimately is a benefit to my county. So when it comes down to tourism, I have been a strong advocate of it. Through the COVID tough times and all the issues we've dealt with, I never stopped. I would say in the darkest of times, I even became more passionate about it, because I saw the blight, I saw the breakdown, I saw ultimately the desperation. I had 2 business owners cry before me, men crying before me because they were struggling with what they knew that I was the one that was going to fight for them. So I've never been I would say, as strong of an advocate as I have been on the Board of Supervisors for business. And that in and of itself, I think, puts me in a strong position to ultimately make sure that we get this across the finish line. I mean, and I don't want to say too much outside of just the reality that I'm passionate about this, and I don't see, if you want something done, you got to come up with the process that says, look, I'm trying to collaborate with the community. I'm trying to work with all that are wanting to make sure that this is successful. But you also are not afraid of saying, you know, if you're not afraid of expediting the process, even if it means to a certain extent saying no to certain people. You have to make decisions. That's what business is about, and that's the way I've always played it. And I've never played favorites. I'm no respecter of persons, and for me, I want to facilitate a process that's successful for my community. So it's never been about my business. I know at the end of the day, when my community wins, everybody wins, and that's the simple message. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll just elaborate on that. I don't think there's any secrets that Supervisor Hernandez and we don't always see eye to eye.
That's right.
But you look at it, and I stand by a decision that I made. He's got heart, he's got desire, and I can guarantee you he will be out there spreading it, and that's why I chose him. And would I choose him again? Yes, I would, 100%.
Thank you.
So I'd leave it at that. Any other questions from board members?
Yes, I would. The reason I asked to hold off my comments until after public comment is I have received a few phone calls regarding this, and with the risk of sounding crass and callous, but one question was posed to me and I didn't have an answer. It was, why does the board keep putting the Mexicans together? Okay, and so, and again, I'm not trying to stir up any kind of race issue, but it's like, I would like the opportunity to work with one of my other fellow board members. This is a very, very important committee. Since January, Supervisor Kosmicki has been nonstop about tourism, promoting it. And no disrespect to you, Peter, but that's one of the reasons why I made that comment earlier, from the get-go about commitment and dedication is, I'll be honest with you, I don't see it and I don't feel it from you. I wasn't on the board with you in 2020, and maybe you shared that with your other supervisors, but I haven't seen that commitment. And that's why I posed that question to you earlier about, are you going to be committed to the broadband? Because we have to do our due diligence. We have to put our effort in. We have to do our time, and we have to commit. I understand that you have a young child, you have a business. Well, I'm taking care of my mother. I've got grandkids I'm worried about. I teach college, and it's like I'm juggling things so I can put the county as first in priority. And again, I'm not judging you. I'm saying I know what I put into this. For the last 14 months, I have been on this nonstop. And my mom's looking at me and asking, Mija, you need to eat. Mija, stop. You need to get some rest. You need to do this. My phone is ringing from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m. I am so darn committed to this community, and at one point I'm going to have to be worried about if I'm going to have a consequence to my health because I'm so dedicated. But this issue of tourism is so important to me and to this community. I need someone who's going to rise to the challenge and who isn't going to come to the table with the conflict of interest. You have a business downtown, and I understand you're passionate, and I know you're involved with the Chamber of Commerce, but I would like to see someone coming in who doesn't have a conflict, who is coming in for the right reasons, and that's why I would prefer to have Supervisor Kosmicki on this, or possibly Tiffany. I want the opportunity to work with one of my other fellow board members that isn't you. Again, no personal, this is not personal. I just want someone who's gonna rise to where I'm at and make whatever committee we're working on to be the maximum possibility that it can be. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused with those comments, Supervisor Gonzalez, because if I recall, you were at the groundbreaking or the ribbon cutting of the downtown parklet program, and you thanking me personally because of the work that was done by the county and the efforts that were put in, the due diligence. It's funny because that parklet program, and I've mentioned it here on the dais before, wouldn't have happened without the county. I can't remember what the dollars were, Ray. Well, actually, let me back it up a step. Barbara, is it a conflict of interest for me to be a business owner and a supervisor?
I would say no, it's not a conflict to be a business owner. It's all in the details about, in the specifics.
And we've had these conversations, but ultimately your response to me has always been, as long as what the benefit is of what you're pushing for is for the whole, not only you, doesn't isolate it to you, then there is no conflict, right? Because it's the county that's receiving the benefit. It's not my individual business, right? I'm not a developer that's agreeing with the zoning that ultimately says now that development is gonna get a benefit, and it's my property that's, so it's not, I'm just using that as an example. it's not isolated to me. But my point is with the downtown parklets, that wouldn't have happened. We had very little money. It took a lot of creativity. I had a lot of meetings, including with not only county staff, but Supervisor Botello. And part of this conversation was, they even asked me, Peter, what do you recommend? How are we gonna get this parklet? How are we gonna spend this money, right? It had nothing to do with the parklets. I said, what if we worked with the city and use those funds specifically to get their downtown revitalization across the finish line? It's a county benefit. I went there and I spoke. I would have thought that maybe if you really believed, I have a hard time believing that you really believe that, Supervisor Gonzalez, because you had an opportunity to share your concern with me when I did that speech, very passionate speech, mentioned specific businesses that were part of it, and ultimately, everybody was excited. It was a rah-rah session. Everybody was loving the fact. Supervisor Botello was there. You were there. I saw a lot of other leaders in the community, Robert Rivas. So anyways, at the end of the day, and for me, it's not personal. I don't understand your sentiment, but I have a hard time digesting that that's the reality, because there's been plenty of instances where I've been basically advocating and I haven't seen any pushback up until today. Today's the only day that I've actually ever heard it. So anyways, it's pretty clear to me that I am passionate about this, and I will get it across the finish line. And like I said, I'm not here to just even tout the experience and the things that we've done. I'm here to tout ultimately the actual results, and that's what I'm pushing for, is results. I think I have evidence of that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from board members? What is the wish of the board? I'll make a motion. Create an ad hoc committee, or ad hoc advisory committee for tourism, appointing Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Hernandez. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
4-1, motion passes. Okay, we'll go to number 9. I think Supervisor Kosmicki pulled this one. Approve a 1-year lease renewal with KNS Market for public health office space at 351 Tres Pinos Road.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question. The dollar amount for the lease, and I know these are, I believe these are
yes, yeah, go ahead.
Subvention funds. And so I just want to know, because when I look in the materials, the lease amount has gone up very significantly. There was several significant jumps in the dollar amount. So I'm just wondering sort of what the reasoning is behind those dollar amounts, because the $7,770 monthly lease is very significant. I know it's a pretty big space, as far as square footage goes. But I just would like to know why those dollar amounts have gone up so significantly. And looking ahead, I assume public health wants to stay in this location. What sort of arrangement might we be looking at going forward?
One thing I'll bring just to everybody's attention is, and I can be wrong on the numbers, so correct me if I'm wrong, please. It's roughly 6,937 square feet at $7,770, which comes out to about $1.12 per square foot. I did call some people because I had the same questions. I saw the 3 KNS market leases coming up. I did call a couple people around town looking at what space is renting for right now, and that's within the ballparks. One thing that I learned was the larger the square footage, you get some type of a discount, smaller discount. So if you're only leasing, let's say 500, 600 square feet, it might be higher, because you're just commanding a smaller spot. So I'll let everybody else talk about the and then on the lease part that I understand on leases is there's a like a cost of living every year. It's not, a lot of leases don't just have flat for 10 years. There's an escalator every year. I've had several leases in a private business that I worked for, not owned, and I did see that, and that was what I learned a long time ago. So that might be this same thing here, but I'll let the expert talk about the lease part of it.
I appreciate that great explanation. For context, we've gone from 3,400, and again, I understand this per square footage, 3,423 in 2016-17 to now we're looking at 7,770, which is obviously more than 100%. of an increase. So that's all.
Okay, go ahead.
We have Lynn Mallow on the phone. Lynn?
Hi, good morning, Chairman Medina and board members, and thank you for this question. So back in 2016, when we were looking for property to lease because we had to move out due to overcrowding at our 4th Street location, we looked comprehensively throughout the county, and space was pretty hard to come by that would accommodate our public health needs. And so we did end up working with KNS, and with the first lease, I believe, and if Cynthia Larka is on the line, maybe she could, from our fiscal department, maybe she could help us out. It was stated within the lease that the cost of the building would incrementally rise within the terms of the lease, and then thereafter it would rise. I think that Chairman Medina explained, the cost of footage as well, square footage, as well as market value very well. And I am not a property expert, but it seems to me that this is somewhat standard with the landlord in the landlords in this community. So I don't really have any other comments or explanation on that. I think that Chairman Medina covered most of it. Are there any questions for me?
I don't have any questions, ma'am. Does any other of the board members have questions?
No, Mr. Chair. No questions. I appreciate that.
Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand icon or *9. Cynthia Larka has her hand.
If you're talking to Cynthia Lark, I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. What I would like to say is that when we originally leased that building, we were given a significant discount based on the amount of renovation that we had to do, with the understanding that as we moved forward, that the space would then be put back to the market rate to which Supervisor Medina has spoken to, and it is currently within the known market rate for that type of building and purpose. Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom?
Yeah, Supervisor Kazmicki. If you look at July 1st, 2018 through 2019, it's 70-70. And then from 19 to 20, it's 73-82, which shows a modest increase. So that, I think she explained it perfectly, is when it was at 39.48, that was, to discount a rate because they were going to put some
100% agree. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? What's the wish of the board?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the 1-year lease renewal with KNS Market for Public Health Office Space at 351 Tres Pinos Road, Suite 202, for a period of July 1st through June 30th, 2022, in the amount of $7,770 monthly.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Just with the people that pulled 12, 13, and 14, is that all right if we hear them together? I see her nodding, just for the record. Okay. Would you like to come on up, ma'am? Thank you, Mr. Young.
You ready for me, Ben?
No one's ready for you.
Okay, Elia Salinas. Okay. Approve the amendment to adding a third sub-consultant. what is the total amount for the cost of this? And this is going to cost San Benito County, or is this going to go for the property owner? Are they going to reimburse the county for this? That's number 12. 13, let's see, and, it seems I keep reading the same paragraph, you know, meeting after meeting after meeting. Is this, shouldn't it already cover all the roads? And it's the same language, so I don't understand why it keeps coming up. Can you please explain to me? It was there last month, it was there the month before. In a couple of the meetings, I keep seeing this, so I don't understand why we keep going over this. Are we keep giving the director more authority? Or to me, it seems like he keeps getting the same authority. It's just a different paragraph every week, or every supervisor meeting, board meeting. Let's see. This is the San Juan Oaks on 14. I just want to confirm that this is not going to be a cost to San Benito County. This is going to be a cost to the owner or the developer or the future developer, so long as I want to confirm that there's no monies coming out of San Benito County's pocket. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, would you like for me to answer the
Yes,
questions
sir.
at this point? With regard to the first question, at item 12, we're just simply listing 3 more sub-consultants that need to be involved in a third-party review of the EIR for the landfill. There's no added cost to the county, and the cost for doing this is borne by Waste Solutions under the terms of the second landfill agreement.
On the second one, I have Ray. If you don't mind, I'll have Ray explain it.
Well, I can do that too.
Oh,
if you
can you?
like,
Okay.
Ray.
Go ahead, Benny. I didn't know if
We
it was
just-
easier for.
The reason this comes back to every meeting is we need to do that until the emergency is no longer, the emergency response is no longer needed. And we're still doing work under an emergency declaration that the board enacted, a local emergency. The Granite Rock and Chapin contracts that we talked about earlier today are being done under that authority. And until the emergency no longer exists, we need to bring it back and ratify it as a continuing emergency declaration every meeting until we're finished with the work.
And just for the record on that one, we have to vote on it separately because it is 4/5 of 4/5. So I just want to make sure that we pull that one out and we vote on that separately. Please. Thank you.
And then finally, Mr. Chair, members of the board, with regard to the San Juan Oaks item, the cost of doing this work is also borne by the applicant. It's not a cost to the citizens of, direct cost to the citizens of San Benito County. There's a reimbursement agreement that will cover the costs of adding this particular consultant to assist with the processing of the San Juan Oaks project, and we believe that may be about to resume.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benny, for answering those. I had the exact same questions, but I got my answers from Ray. And I did ask Ray on item number 13, if we can somehow note that this is a continuation of the process, so that way individuals like Ms. Salinas and myself don't, raise up our arms, what, more money? When it's just, something that we already approved a couple of months back. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I'd like to make a comment on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raise hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board members? Seeing none, what's the wish of the board on 12 and 14?
I move that we approve item number 12 and 14. Do I need to read all the content for each one?
No.
No, okay.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Number 13, what's the wish of the board for 13?
I'll move that we approve item number 13, adopting the emergency resolution once again.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. So that concludes the consent agenda. Does anyone like to take a half-a-minute break?
Sounds good.
I'll give you 7 minutes, okay? 7 minutes. 11,
Pardon?
12.
And it was a 5-0 vote for 14?
Yes,
Did you
5-0.
do 14 too? You did
I'm sorry,
14?
13.
Yes, I did 14.
13 was 5-0.
She did 12 and 14 together,
Oh, got
and then
it.
she did 13, 5-0.
Good.
Because I wanted to differentiate between that.
11:05.
Okay.
11:12.
You have a second, Pete?
Hey.
Services Agency. Ready to proceed?
I'd like to go ahead and introduce Lynn Mallow, Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, and she'll be opening up this item. We have our doctors on the line as well. Lynn?
Lynn?
Lynn, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. The sound is very faint. Okay. But can you hear me okay?
Now we can, yes. Go ahead and open up this presentation. Thanks, Lynn.
All righty. Well, thank you, Honorable Board, for this opportunity. Director Belton is out on some well-deserved time off. And I believe that Dr. Ghilarducci is also with us today. I'm here. Great. Thank you, Dr. Ghilarducci. Can we get the slides up? Thank you so much. So Dr. Ghilarducci is going to begin the presentation, and then I will come in after him. Take it away, Dr. G.
Okay, well, thank you, Lynn, and good morning, board. Thank you for having us. I'll be brief today, just going over some case counts and a little bit about vaccine numbers, and of course, happy to take questions at the end. Our case counts continue to look pretty good in San Benito County. We still qualify for the orange tier. We don't yet qualify for the yellow tier. I'll speak a little bit more about that, but the graphs that you see here, both the number of cases as well as the number of deaths, largely mirror what we're seeing statewide. So we're continuing to follow that pattern and continue to be optimistic that we'll continue to follow along that. Next slide, please. And the next slide. This shows that we've administered about 45,000 doses to San Benito County residents. This represents about 53% of our population. The 16 and over group has had at least one shot, and 41% have been fully vaccinated. We have a breakdown by zip code in the next slide or two. Go ahead and advance, please. Yeah, so here we go, looking at zip codes, and you'll see some variability across, but this shows the share of the population vaccinated. This is the fully vaccinated numbers. So essentially either a third to about 40%. Actually, the average countywide is around 41%. And you can see a little bit of variability between different zip codes. Of course, some zip codes are pretty small, and so the numbers themselves don't change the overall county average much. Next slide, please. This shows the age of residents that have had at least one dose. Now, I'll just remind the audience that this is not based on the population within each age group, but this just shows how the doses have been distributed amongst the population in San Benito County. I will add that 81% of our 75 and older have been had at least one shot. 73% are fully vaccinated. For those in the 16 to 64 age group, we're at about 48% partial and 35% full. So we're making some good progress, but still have some work to do. Next slide, please. And this shows the breakdown by race and ethnicity. Again, not on a per capita basis, but I'm pleased to say because the majority of our population in San Benito County is Latino, and because that population has been the most affected, I'm happy to see that they are also the largest, or at least the most doses have gone to that group. But again, proportionally, those numbers there are important to continue to follow. Next slide. So before we go to state updates, I'll just mention that you may have heard yesterday the FDA did approve the Pfizer vaccine for age groups 12 to 14. Actually, I'm sorry, 12 to 15, up to the age of 16. So really, it'll be 12 and above. This needs to be reviewed by the ACIP tomorrow. And if they approve it, which we expect they will, then the Western State Scientific Coalition will look at it on Thursday. And we hope by Friday we'll be able to start administering doses to those individuals 12 and up. So we're going to expand our population a little bit. This is super important, obviously, because schools going forward are probably going to be a significant source of spread, despite all the safety measures that the schools have done. Kids are just going to be interacting when they haven't been. Also, school sports and so forth. So it'll be important to continue to get those vaccination efforts into our younger population, and we hope to see vaccines be approved to even younger groups going forward. So more to come on that. But that concludes my update on that part. We'll go to Lynn, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ghilarducci. I think that Dr. Ghilarducci had covered this, the current tier assignment as of May 4th. We are still in the orange, and then we can move on to the state updates. There's on May 3rd, there was a new letter sent out on the guidance for face coverings, and you can go to the covid19.ca website to find out more about the details of this, but basically face coverings for fully vaccinated individuals are not required outdoors, and they can gather with those that are fully vaccinated, and limited folks who are still not vaccinated or not vaccinated because of certain medical conditions. And all these updates, I won't get into the details of these, but all these updates are on the state website. On May 3rd, the first and second updates were implemented, and then I think the rest of them have been, they were updated maybe the end of April. I think that the very important update for K through 12 schools reopening is there. And, I know that Tracy and Dr. G work very diligently with our school districts to assure that they understand the reopening framework. Next slide, please. And next slide. Yes, the total vaccine received in San Benito County was 45,640 doses. Much of that, the majority of it, is from the state allocation at 31,780. And then the federal pharmacy allocation is at 10,760. And then direct federal allocation, which primarily goes to our federally qualified health center, the San Benito Health Foundation, is at 3,100. Next slide, please. And then this is a breakdown of the types of vaccine that we're getting in San Benito County. And you can see that Pfizer has, Pfizer and Moderna are very neck and neck, we'll say. And then, of course, we know that the Johnson & Johnson or J&J vaccine, has been, there's been less of that, and we had that pause. But we still do have some J&J vaccine in our county. Next slide, please. And then My Turn. My Turn is constantly updating. And the most recent updates are this help with transportation to a vaccine clinic. People can check that off when they are filling out or completing the My Turn requirements or fields to be able to make a vaccine appointment. And then I think for tracking purposes, they've added this: have you received your first dose of COVID-19 vaccine? I think that that's to assist the vaccinators and the clinics and the data collection so that they can allocate, they can look at how many second doses are needing to be allocated, and then also just trying to assist with those clinics out in the whole state. Next slide, please. And then, our OptumServe vaccination clinic. Of course, we know that that's a federal healthcare agency contracted with the state. our average appointments daily, I'm sorry, I don't have a slide on this, but I can just tell you that our 4-week average of daily appointments for shots is 145 approximately. We are still at the Rancho Gymnasium, the Rancho Middle School Gymnasium, and our plan is to be moving that agency or OptumServe site to 351 Tres Pinos Road, probably mid to end of May. I know we're moving into middle May. So I hope we're getting closer. The building owner is working diligently on the suite, and we're hoping to co-locate OptumServe with public health for improved partnership and vaccination and vaccine coordination. Next slide. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I'll jump in here, and I'm sure Supervisor Kosmicki has similar questions. Lynn, a few questions. I think we read about it in the state, across the country, but I think for so long our biggest concern was getting more shots, and we didn't have enough. And now, the concern has shifted to getting more shots in people. We have the shots available, but there has been some hesitancy among certain groups, as well as the case that now that we've moved to, and we're going to be moving to, as Dr. G said, to 12 and up, there's a younger age group. And so with that as a background, I'm curious, number one, what kind of hesitancy are we seeing in our county? And assuming that we are continuing to see some of that, what discussions are taking place? And I know that Supervisor Kosmicki and I would like to get involved in this, is in regards to maybe more creative ways to reach out to some of the populations, whether we use mobile. I know that my understanding, there are vaccines at the Samuel High School, but other schools, possibly with 12 and up, maybe elementary schools, even considering things like maybe the farmer's market, or places where there's groups that are going. That's one, that's a question. And then also possibly looking at incentives. I know different communities, different states are looking at different kinds of incentives to encourage people to get their shots. Gift certificates with local businesses might be one possibility. Raffles for a laptop among students, for example, could be an idea. So anyway, these are just a series of questions that I know that Supervisor Kosmicki and I have.
Sure. Well, so we are doing a social media campaign, and the state, because there is hesitancy throughout the state and the nation, the state is really doing a rigorous campaign. I don't know if you've seen the commercials on television about having conversations with your friends and family about the COVID vaccine, and listening, rather than sort of lecturing. There's more of a push to listen to folks and their concerns, and direct them to the facts on the state website. And then we are doing a social media push, and then that social media campaign links to information on the safety of the vaccine and the importance of the vaccine. And there are flyers about conversations you can have regarding the safety and the efficacy and the good reasons to get vaccinated. I do know that the schools are, at least the high school has been working with Pinnacle Healthcare to plan to conduct vaccination clinics for the teen population. And then there is that farmers market idea. From a clinical perspective, we do have some concerns about doing vaccines at the farmers market, simply because the Pfizer vaccine is much of what we get. And any vaccine really needs to be reconstituted in a clean and sanitary, enclosed environment. So that's one piece of that. And then once a vial is punctured, it's only good for 6 hours. And I know that I sort of sound like a broken record on that, but each vial has 6 doses that have to be used. And so whatever vials would be unused would be on a time clock, and they can't go back into the ultra low freezer. And this is this presents a risk for wastage. And so it's very difficult to gauge how many vials that we would take to an event as such. And then that would also require, a good number of staff. And then we also are required to have a waiting area for 15 to 20 minutes afterwards. And I don't know if you've seen the space layout at Rancho San Justo School, but that's a considerable amount of space, being 6 foot distanced. And then we have a cot out there for folks that may have a reaction, which we have had some reactions, and we have had to call 911. And so there's that issue. And then really, given that our OptumServe site has the potential for 210 appointments a day, and we're only averaging about 145, I'm not sure that we would be able to, meet capacity at a public event as such. And I think a good idea that could work at the farmers market would be actually to help sign people up on my turn to get their vaccinations, because I think I'm not sure how many people would really want to be out in the open getting shots. I mean, I'm sure there would be some, but I think that if we had folks out there that were actually signing them up and getting them appointments, that might be a better use of that venue and that time. And then finally, on incentives, I know that Santa Clara County is, they've got Levi Stadium, and they've got football players that they can use as incentives for young people, and tours of the stadium and special days, each day of the month. We don't have that, but it's not, these are great ideas to have raffles for laptops. And although these are not written into our COVID funding budgets or scopes of work, we may be able to do budget revisions and try to get permission from our state partners to be able to facilitate something like that. I don't think it's out of the question at all. Can I answer anything else?
Yeah, Colin, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. All great questions, and we're on the ad hoc together, so we've obviously had some discussions about this. And Supervisor Tiffany initially brought, the concept of incentives forward based on what other communities are doing. I think that's a really poignant direction to go in at this point, because I think just from the trends, it looks like we're going to have continued hesitancy, and it's the battle that we're now facing essentially. Before, like Supervisor Tiffany said, we were fighting for more doses. Now we're fighting to get people to actually trust the vaccine and to understand that it's fully accessible. And so for me, I would like to see us really shift our focus toward, as far as outreach goes, to really the safety of the vaccine, the accessibility of the vaccine, and the ease of getting a vaccine. You know, I signed up for my vaccine on the first day. I expected it to take weeks, if not months, you know, to get that appointment. And it was the first day in my age group. I signed up. I had an appointment the next day, and I went to the Hazel Hawkins Clinic, and I was virtually in and out of there. You know, it was a really good, as good as you can call it, experience as far as signing up. Very easy. Going the next day. I have my second shot on Friday. I'm looking forward to that. And so I just think we really have to shift that outreach focus to these areas, and also we have to look at all of the potential angles we can look at now, because this is so crucial for our community to continually creep toward that herd immunity number. So we're at 50, I think we said we're at 53% of the population. To me, the receiving at least one dose, I've always thought that's really almost the only number we need to get updated on, because the percentage of people that receive that first dose, that's the percentage of people that are committed to getting the vaccine. And so 53, that's our number, and we got to get that up to 70 or 80 at some point here, and it's going to slow down. So I really would like to see us really brainstorm, and I know we're on the ad hoc, so we'll be doing that. And I think we have a meeting coming up later in the week. But I'd like to hear from other supervisors, obviously, so we have a foundation for direction as a board, from a board as a whole. But I like the idea of, Supervisor Tiffany, his article that he sent over. I don't mean to point this out, but it mentioned the beer. Get a beer, and that was one of the examples. And then we had a conversation. Well, maybe beer's not necessarily the best, incentive, but maybe we can look at partnering with our restaurants and and our shops, and just see if they're willing to either maybe they're willing to donate $5 cards or $10 cards that gets people in the store, or maybe there's not that much excitement, and maybe we have to look at some of our COVID dollars and look at opening it up. Which restaurants in the county are willing to partner? Which restaurants in the county are willing to either donate, or if there's not that level of interest, which ones would be willing to take part in a gift certificate, gift card sort of program. And I think even that could even extend into shops. I know the HDA has had, I think in the past they had downtown dollars. I think that's still a thing. So maybe there'd be potential for that. I just think that we really need to get creative at this point, so that we stay ahead of the curve as much as we can on the trends that we're seeing now. I'd also like to see, I brought up the farmer's market thing. That was something that I brought up, that I thought that the farmer's market, actually my wife gave me that idea. I'm going to give her credit. The farmer's market is a great place to do outreach in particular. So I really appreciated what Lynn Mello said about signing people up. It doesn't sound like it's logistically possible to actually do the shots at a farmer's market. It's a lot of complications there. Fully understand that. But signing people up, having a presence, having a table at the farmer's market, so that we're telling people, you should trust this vaccine. And I have a 12-year-old. We're going to sign him up the first day we can sign him up. So I want the public to know that as a public official, that I trust the vaccine. I got vaccinated as soon as I possibly could. And our child is 12, and he's going to be vaccinated as soon as possible as well. So walk-in clinics is another thing we really should strongly consider, as far as that's what some other counties are doing. I know you can't probably commit a ton of doses toward that because of the concern about vials going bad, but we should expand into doing more walk-in clinics. And then as far as actually was Ellie Salinas right back there. She brought up how Gilroy was doing $25 gift cards. That's a lot, obviously, but our neighbors around us are doing it. It's happening across the country. So I really believe strongly that we do have to do some sort of incentive program. And then otherwise, as far as the younger
age group. I'm not a doctor, but I'm of the opinion that this is a really, really crucial demographic, because yes, it's true that if you're younger, you're probably not going to get COVID symptoms. You're probably not going to be hospitalized or die, but you can be a carrier. And you can be a carrier if you're vaccinated. And that's, so the carriers are really the crucial element here, that we have these people that are out there that either aren't getting vaccinated, aren't wearing masks, aren't being as careful. And then you have this whole group of children who are this huge group that could potentially be a carrier, and then they could give it to somebody who's in the vulnerable population. So I really would like to see us partner potentially with the schools, talk with the schools and see what they're willing to do. I appreciate the high school district. I know Hollister School District has been really actively on board with trying to get our community vaccinated. So those are really my main points, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other comments from board members?
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what Supervisor Kosmicki said, I think we would both like to hear input from the board in terms of some of these ideas, make sure that, we're in agreement, particularly, some of the ideas for incentives. Obviously, New Jersey has, get a shot and get a beer. Maybe we don't go that route. But I do think it warrants getting creative, but I think Supervisor Kosmicki and I want to make sure that we have support from that, and I think, we're hopeful that, within the realm of, under the $50,000 range, that maybe we can have some flexibility with some funding, if it's not available through the state. I don't think we're talking about huge dollars, but I do think we need to get creative there. As well as the outreach and talk to the schools and look at, farmers markets signups. I mean, we may get to a point where we want to even go door to door in terms of trying to get people sign up for appointments. I mean, it is, if you look at the science, I know a lot of us who have been vaccinated feel like, we're everything's behind us. The reality is, unless we get herd immunity, and to get that, you have to be up around 70% plus, they believe. We're going to see this keep coming back every fall probably, and we're probably going to have to be dealing with it for years, albeit, we can get vaccinations and we're not going to hopefully go through what we've been going through over the last year. But the point is we have got to get our numbers up. We're around 50%. It's not high enough. So anyway, I'd like to hear some input from the other supervisors.
Well, I'll jump in on the incentive part. I would say no to incentives. I mean, to me, you look at it, if someone has values or ideological ideas, if they're not going to receive the shot because of specific reasons, $25, $10, whatever it is, won't change them. So when it comes to incentives, I'm definitely a strong no. When it comes to education, that's what we have to do. I don't have a problem with having a booth at the farmers market. We did that with the election times when we had Joe Paul's staff out there trying to get people to enroll in, or not enroll, but to become voters. We also go into schools. Yes, the part of it is education. I mean, I just don't see the incentive part. But other than that, I think we do need to educate more and more. That's what it comes down to. Supervisor Hernandez?
Agreed, Mr. Chair. When it comes to engagement with the public, farmers market's a good location. It's pretty easy, a lot of incoming traffic, and to a certain extent, it might be an education piece from the county end on why or why not they're choosing to take the vaccine. So I think it's two-way conversation, and the farmers market's a good location for that to happen. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I've seen stories in the news where they've gone door to door not to register to vote, or excuse me, register, sorry. I'm thinking of what
What I said, yeah.
yes, what Mark just mentioned, but no, actually to take the vaccine and, have a little ice chest carrier to keep it, on ice, and then to, take the vaccine door to door. And so maybe we have some homebound in people who don't have access to the internet, cannot register, get online. They don't have the transportation. So that's something that I've seen that might be, if we have the staff. I do not know if we have the staff at Public Health to be able to do that, but other counties and states are doing that.
Mr. Chair, what do you think about incentives, B? You seem to be the swing vote on that.
Well, there's a few different schools of thought when I'm looking at that. We have been throwing money around with the CARES money last year. We have now the American Rescue. And there's a few people out there who aren't happy about throwing away public funds. And so I'm going to have to do some more research on it. But I probably would lean more closer to what Supervisor Medina had mentioned.
Mr. Chair, I might say it has been, my understanding, it's been successful in some areas, the incentives. I understand your point. Maybe we need to do a little bit more research on seeing, if it's been effective and, if it's been shown to be very effective, then I guess, maybe we can circle back and see if we can get agreement that it's something we might push forward on, or would you be okay with that, Mr. Chair and the other supervisors? If we at least research it a little bit further?
I'd research it, but yeah, I'd research it, but I'm just,
Yeah.
Yeah, research is fine, but I'm just looking at it was, okay, so someone else was vaccinated, they didn't get $25. Society's becoming that way.
Right.
Look at the debt relief for education, for your student loan. I paid my student loan. Now other people are going to
Get it
not have
written
to
off.
pay it. So
Right.
it's just talking about fairness. It's both ways, and I just don't see it. It's
And
once again-
Supervisor Kuzmicki and I discussed that, and there could be some pushback from that.
Well, it's not even pushback. It's just, to me, I mean, I don't, and this is just the wrong way to say it. I don't care what people are saying out in the public. I'm just saying, for me, what's the right thing to do? And the right thing to do is, you educate people and they make a decision. We can't say, okay, here's here's $25 or $50. Now go get vaccinated. It's my personal.
What
take on
are,
it.
not to beat a dead horse here, but what about, maybe not as aggressive, but for example, having a raffle with students for a laptop, so you're not aggressively doing gift certificates or.
See, the problem with students
any
with the
difference?
laptop, and that's all based upon parents, because they have to have, if you're 18 or younger, you have to have parent approval, I would assume.
Well,
I
yes.
can be wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So you're not really,
I'm
you're not
sure
really
they
doing
have to
them,
yeah,
you're trying to
yeah.
get their parents, and I think a lot of these parents, as I understand, the research I've done, is they're either yes or no. There's not $25 or $10 or a laptop isn't going to entice them. That's kind of where I'm leaning. I think I don't think we're there yet, but we're going to get to that point where people make their own decisions. We can't force them, or we can't incentivize them with a small amount of gratitude. I would say that's just my thought. I can be completely wrong,
No.
but that's just how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and I just want to add, you're not wrong, because within my own immediate family, I've got members who refuse to take the vaccine, whether it's political, whether it's religious, and I'm like, don't you get it? So I'm standing like a guard dog at my mom's house. Well, if you're coming in, you need to have a mask on. I'm sorry, and so it's caused issues within my own family. So I have a little binder clip at the door with face masks there, and I have a sign posted, face mask required at my mom's front door. But it's a personal belief, whether it's political, philosophical, religious, whatever. But there are some people, no matter how much money that incentive is, they're not going to take it. And that's the sad thing, is that there's a significant population in this community that don't want to have anything to do with the vaccine. And so the incentive is not going to make a difference. Yeah.
Mr. Chair? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had I just wanted to share some thoughts, because I think even in general, when it comes down to the public engagement, it definitely has to be a careful consideration because you're dealing with now setting proper expectations. You know, there's some folks that would love your idea, Supervisor Tiffany, on a laptop and, you know, but just the same, you're gonna end up in, you know, my estimation, you're gonna have folks that are gonna say, why didn't you tell me that my kids were basically going up for a raffle to get vaccinated? I don't agree with it, right? If you have certain folks that are gonna say, I would rather know about it ahead of time, because yeah, you can raffle this off to those parents that are supporting of it, but for those that aren't, I want to make sure I know, because I don't want my son or daughter there or whatever. So same thing as door knocking, right? It's, you know, I think in general you're dealing with medical and privacy, and if you're gonna knock on doors, there's got to be some way of at least giving people the opportunity to say, yeah, if that's what you're here for, please don't waste your time, right? And then to a certain extent, even efficiency and cost, right? Because you don't want to use resources where they're just going to end up getting the door shut in their face, right? Because they're not going to be supportive of it. So there's subtle nuances. I'm all for education and two-way conversation. I think ultimately that's the best way to make this thing happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's admittedly shallow. It just is, but at the same time, I'm willing to be shallow in order to get us to that herd immunity. That's kind of the way I look at it. But I appreciate all the comments, though. I can't, you know, I think it's a good, healthy debate, and so thank you. And the only thing I kind of wonder is if there was interest in businesses or restaurants donating the gift cards, or being willing to come out publicly and say, you know, come into my shop and you'll get this and that for a vaccine. I think that for me, I would hope the county would promote those businesses as having that incentive.
I would promote that.
Okay, thank you. So if anyone in a local business wants to give anything away for free, the county will promote your business that you're doing that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and let me just finally say, I clearly for anyone under 18, they would have to, any vaccines would have to be approved by the parents, obviously. I understand that. As far as the door-to-door, that's just an idea. I don't think it would be practical, you know, obviously I don't think to give shots, at least not within our county. But again, education. What I'm thinking is, you know, some of the areas that maybe they don't have, we were talking about broadband, they don't have internet access. Some of the lower income areas, maybe going to door to door in those neighborhoods, getting, you know, information out there, signing people up for appointments. You know, I know there is people that are against the vaccines. I get that. But there's also a segment of the population that, because of, you know, their jobs or because they don't have internet access, language barriers, they may not have gotten a vaccine simply because they don't have the wherewithal or the ability that those of us up here and others have been able to. And those people, I think we want to be able to be sure we reach. And you know, that I think is still, you know, there's people out there that we want to make sure, you know, we're reaching out to. I also look at, you know, there's certain areas. For example, I looked at that map. I represent South County. 21% in the Picena zip code. Granted, it's a very small zip code, but only 21%, by far the lowest in all of the county, have gotten vaccinated. It's probably because those people, part of it may be they don't want to get it, but I bet a lot of it is because of the access, and they, you know, there's a lot of people that live way south. So I'm wondering, and I'm going to look into this, how do we reach those people? Maybe we have a clinic down in Picenas or something, you know, might make sense. So anyway, those are my further comments. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, proceed. Or is that complete? Okay, we're complete with COVID, so we'll go to the public comment. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Mrs. Salinas? Oh, how did I know?
City Hall, Old City Hall, and they had a sign there. Is it on?
No, you're loud enough.
Thank you, Chair.
It's a compliment.
I'm sure it is. Anyway, I'm going to put out kudos to Gilroy Old City Hall. That's where I ate, and they had a sign. If you're fully vaccinated, show us your card that you're fully vaccinated, your vaccine card, and you will get a $25 gift certificate. Well, I was excited because I already had my first shot, and I'm like, I'm coming back when I get that. So that brought business to that restaurant because I was there on my own, and I came back to make sure I'm spending money. I spent money, and then they gave me, so I was there 3 times. Okay? That's 3 visits, 2 on me and 1 on them. I don't want to see county money, but there are many, many restaurants. There was 9 restaurants from Aromas to Tres Pinos to San Juan Bautista and Hollister that were parts of the Great Plates program. And they received a lot of funds. It was $22 per meal. And great food. Sometimes it wasn't good, but more people were more excited and were very grateful for it. A lot of companies receive PPP funds, okay? I would like to see the restaurants and the businesses that receive PP funds, I would like them to volunteer on their own to offer because they did get money. And so that was the incentive they got because of the COVID. They can turn around and they can share it to the community. With regards to I like this idea, but you're not asking a person that I'm going to give you something. It's that you need to prove after the second vaccine that you've earned this incentive. And again, I don't want it coming from the county. I'm running out of time here. Walk-in clinics or walk-in clinics. I think it's a great idea. I would like to see them, if it hasn't already been tried, having them walk through senior citizen complexes. I think that would be a great idea. Also for the low income, there's farm worker housing that they could go through. And lastly, there's going to be a horse show in San Benito County at the fairgrounds. Large gatherings. What is the public health's view? I think it's my understanding we don't have large gatherings, but in June 15th is the deadline, but we're still not there, and there's variants that we need to be aware of. And I'm really disappointed that the mayor has out there officially invited thousands of people to come to an unofficial 4th of July rally. And I would like to have the board
Thank you, ma'am.
not ask for large gatherings. Thank you.
Have a Is there any other public comment?
None on Zoom.
Bring it back to the board. That was an informational only. There were no, nothing needed.
Chairperson Medina?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Lynn Mello in Public Health. I just wanted to, may I just address some of the topics that were raised in terms of outreach and employers?
It's all yours.
Yeah, so we would love it if employers did something like the Gilroy City Hall, and we would promote it on our social media page. So if the business community, wants to have folks show that they are vaccinated, that would cover those that have been vaccinated already. And that would add an element of fairness, I think, to incentivizing this. And then I wanted to speak to the homebound piece. We have been working with Hazel Hawkins Home Health, and we have been discussing this concept of them taking vaccines out to those folks that are homebound. Then let's see, walk-ins. We do have the option of walk-in clinics at the Rancho San Justo site, and we want to continue to be able to do that when they move over to our building. And finally, I think that we would be happy. We always go out from May to September to the farmers market with health educators, and we would be happy to promote the vaccine at the farmer's market and sign people up there as well. And then, lastly, is I just wanted to make mention of that campaign that everyone has worked very hard on. Our county PIO, our internal PIO, Sam Perez, the health education team, our deputy health officer, in creating that door hanger and getting it out to the faith-based community, to the apartment complexes, and throughout to the farm worker community, to get the message out that the vaccine is safe, it's reliable, and it's for all of us. So those were my closing comments to our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I hate to interrupt. I wanted to add one thing too, Dr. Ghilarducci here. I'm sorry, I know you're ready to move on, but I just want to say I think incentives are an important component here. And I would encourage any employers who are in the audience, and that would include county and city employers, to consider incentives for their employees that have yet to be vaccinated. The city of Watsonville is offering $100 to every employee who shows proof of the second shot or full vaccination. And I think that is a very good return on investment in reduced sick leave, family sick time, and so forth. So just makes sense from a financial point of view as well. Thank you.
One parting word. Go ahead.
One parting word, maybe.
No, we know it's not one.
Mr. Chair, I gather based on the conversations that if Supervisor Kosmicki and I on ad hoc work with the county staff to pursue the idea of this voluntary offers, incentives from like a restaurant, like Elia mentioned, I think it's a great idea. And as Lynn said, there's equity there as well. And then also what Dr. G said, again, if it's voluntary, if an employer wants to offer an incentive to their own employees, I think that's a great idea as well. Am I right in thinking that the board would be okay with that approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Anything further? We can do two things. How long is the Chamber of Commerce, Michelle?
Michelle, how long is your presentation?
Okay, my presentation is probably about 20 minutes, but with as many questions you have, it can be longer or kind of end there. If you guys wanted to take lunch, I'm okay with doing it after lunch.
And so we'll start here at 12:45, and we'll start with 16, go to 17, 18, and then we're good. Barbara, can you talk about closed session?
Yes, number 19, closed session conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54954.2 and 54954.5. Property is 2100 Cienega Road, Hollister, APN 020170046. Agency negotiators, Benny Young. Negotiating parties, Mechanics Bank, Nikki Merrifield, Olivia, Interpark, California, LLC. Jose Garamendia, under negotiation, price and terms of payment. 20, closed session per Government Code Section 54957, employee discipline, dismissal, release. 21, we're removing from the agenda. And 22, number of cases, 1, existing litigation, 54956.9. A and D1, name of cases, preserve our rural community versus County of San Benito. San Benito County Superior Court, CU 2100114. County Counsel Barbara Thompson and Joel Ellenwood, Assistant County Counsel.
Okay. We'll break.
Public
Oh,
comment.
is there any, thank you. Any, Yes. Any public comment on the closed session? Thanks.
Like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. We'll break for lunch. In session. We'll start off with number 16.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair. Can I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Report out. Thank you. Report out of closed session.
For number 19, there was no formal action taken, but staff was directed to proceed with the negotiations as directed on a 5-0 vote. The board did approve the disability retirement and authorized that via the adoption of that resolution that was attached to the agenda. And I believe that was also a 5-0 vote. And lastly, 22, the board authorized filing a writ contingent upon the real party in interest also agreeing to file the writ. The vote was 4-1 with Supervisor Kosmicki against.
Okay. Now we will commence with number 16 out of our County Administrative Office. Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular item was on our agenda last meeting. Unfortunately, it was a really long meeting, so this item came off the agenda. But we have the chamber on the phone right now, or on Zoom, Michelle, and she's going to be presenting to you a standard normal quarterly report from the chamber to the board. So, Michelle?
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. A little bit of background. I want to introduce myself. My name is Michelle Leonard. I'm the president and CEO of the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. We currently have a memorandum of understanding with the County of San Benito to be the recipients of $35,750 to put towards tourism efforts. And so in the MOU, it outlines that we give a report on what we've been working on, how the budget's been spent, and then just to make sure that we're communicating and letting the public know we're working on, but also communicate with the Board of Supervisors to get any direction or feedback from you on any new ideas of things that we can be focusing on as a chamber and a visitor center. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I am going to start my presentation. So please let me know if you can see my screen. I'm going to go into full screen mode so I won't see much more than my screen. So please stop me at any time if we're having technical difficulties. Can you all see the full screen tourism and hospitality presentation? Okay, I'm going to continue unless somebody tells me to slow down. So this tourism and hospitality presentation is for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. This presentation was created in partnership with our Director of Tourism and Hospitality, Jen Rodriguez, and I am presenting on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. So let me move this little guy so I can move on to the next slide. Okay, so over the past year, in spite of the pandemic, we have been working on a lot of projects and programs. So a lot of you may have noticed the impacts that the pandemic has had on tourism. So a recent, I can't hear anybody. So if you guys want me to slow down or go back a slide, please just take over the screen and stop me at any time. But a recent survey is that the global impact of tourism was 34% decrease in revenue, and the expected return of revenue generation back to pre-crisis levels is until 2024. So you can imagine that on a local level, the impacts of tourism in a small community have been a huge impact. So in San Benito County, since we were doing programs for tourism, kind of just getting into the groove of promoting the pinnacles and the mission and the trails and hiking that we have here, we were hit with a pandemic. So everything we worked on was with COVID in mind, everything being a COVID response, everything being safe and in compliance with state guidance. A lot of the work we did at the beginning of COVID was from a remote office situation because we were not essential at the beginning of COVID. So everything we did on a whim as fast as we could. So I'm just gonna kind of read through the slides. If you have any questions, please slow me down. But I just kind of wanted to also kind of give a background of what is tourism. So tourism is essentially the commercial operation of revenue generating ideas for areas or places of special interest. So a national park, for example, or a River Parkway Trail, or anything like the San Juan Mission, or a historic trail, or a historic downtown. The idea of tourism that around those areas of special interest, we create programs and we leverage those locations for the purpose of a community benefit to create jobs, encourage hospitality, encourage visitors, and so on and so forth. So on our slides, some of the programs we did in response to COVID was we worked with the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito to support all cities by providing a lot of outreach and marketing support using our Facebook, our Instagram, our newsletter. We were able to share a lot of information, do press releases, and keep the community connected to a lot of the guidance that was happening at the same time, because we have not only chamber platforms, but we have tourism platforms. Our information was able to go far fast. The Downtown Parklet program, we worked with the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito to engage with businesses and government to assist with the Parklet program. I'm going to go into that in a little more details in another slide, so I just want to give a brief overview. The Great Plates Delivered program, we revived the Great Plates Delivered program and increased the service by double. We were able to help 12 local businesses meet the needs of 527 San Benito County seniors and high-risk adults in response to COVID-19 and the lack of ability to access meals because they were either homebound or they didn't have the financial means to have meals. So that was a really great partnership. I don't have a slide specifically for Great Plates Delivered because that was done more from chamber staff side and not so much just the tourism side. But the reason that was so important and it was a project we were able to do quickly in response to COVID was because of the connections we had already had with all of our local restaurants, because of some other programs we did, specifically saversanbenito.com. So I'll talk about that too. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I hope it doesn't get too confusing because the Chamber of Commerce is a 501c6 member organization that does programs that cater to members. But also we're a 501c3 nonprofit, which does community impact programs that impact anybody. So the funding we get from the city and the county operates under programs under the 501c3 side, but utilizes staff from the 501c6 side. So it's always a collaborative project, and it always has an overall community benefit. So that maybe kind of helps understand why our programs lend themselves to say, like, is this a chamber program or is this a tourism program? They're always a little bit of both because they benefit the overall community. Redesigning and relaunching SaverSanBenito.com, that was a really great program and project that we worked on with all of the businesses and wineries and breweries in San Benito County. We were able to get a donation from a local philanthropist, and we upgraded an original resource-only website to be a fully functioning resource website that's interactive. So we're going to get to that in the next slide, and I have a short video about it too, so you can kind of see how it works. So these are some projects I'm going to tell you more about. If you have any questions, please stop me at any time. Saver San Benito to Go started out as a Facebook group. So as soon as the pandemic hit, we noticed that the commuters, which is about 60% of working people commute outside of San Benito County, those 60% of residents were now in San Benito County working remotely. And they were on social media saying, where do we eat? Where do we go? Who's open? Who has a menu? Who's doing delivery? So the chamber acted quickly and we created a group on Facebook called Savor San Benito to go and pick up. That group currently has 4,700 followers, and they range from San Juan Bautista, Aromas, Tres Pinos, Hollister, Gilroy, San Jose, and a few people in like Monterey, where they're all following the group and they're eating locally. We created the Takeout Tuesday initiative. So every Tuesday on social media, you know, we would just remind people that on Tuesdays, businesses need help. That was one of the slower days in the week where people weren't eating out. So we just, you know, wanted to keep reminding people to eat local, get some takeout on Tuesdays. And we just wanted to be a friend to the community and remind people to eat locally and support local. The Shop SBC initiative, that was kind of along the same lines of Takeout Tuesday, by creating hashtags that create traction on social media. It gives people a way to look up that hashtag of Shop SBC and then see other ways to shop in SBC. The Savor San Benito Instagram and Facebook, those have over 2,000 followers, so that helps us spread the message fast. The Savor San Benito logo, if you look at it on the top of the slide, it is a circle and it has a wine glass, a beer glass, an apricot, some art and music notes, because we want people to shop and support locally. Even though we're a chamber of commerce that's member focused, because we do tourism and hospitality, we want to highlight every single business in San Benito County. So creating a secondary logo for Savor San Benito, it really helps people remember all businesses in San Benito County that we can support and buy goods from. That was a video for savorsanbenito.com to show you how the website works. It shows all businesses, wineries, tap rooms, breweries, farms, markets, and CSAs. So overall, it supports 94 restaurants, 29 wineries, breweries, and tap rooms, and 25 farms, markets, and CSAs. CSAs are consumer supported agriculture, which is kind of a farm to table concept where they deliver direct to you or you can pick up direct from the farm. The philanthropist helped us work with local photographers, local videographers, local marketing companies to rebuild Savor San Benito and give all of the businesses involved professional photos. On savorsanbenito.com, it links to their menu, their hours. It tells you if they do takeout. It tells you if they do curbside. It tells you if they have outdoor dining. So Savor San Benito was that all-inclusive resource that people really needed in response to COVID-19, especially after the Parklet program, when we had a lot of businesses that now had a way to connect with the businesses in a safe way that was in compliance with COVID-19 and state guidance. Savor San Benito highlights all the businesses that have outdoor dining in San Juan Bautista, in Aromas, in Tres Pinos, in Hollister. And so everybody knows what to expect and how to engage with that restaurant in a responsible way. So the website has a ton of information. You can search it. You can click which restaurants have breakfast or brunch or tacos. You can create interactive trails. You can select by city where you want to eat. And if you're not local and you don't know where Aromas is, or you don't know where Tres Pinos is, but you know you want Mexican food, it allows you to just type in Mexican food and it'll show you all Mexican food in San Benito County, or Asian food, or desserts. So we started to think like a visitor and not so much just like a local, because as locals, we know what's on the west side of town, on the east side, and we know what's in San Juan. But for a visitor, they don't know the boundaries and when one city begins and ends, and they don't know whose district is whose. So for them, they just know what they want to experience. So we rebuilt the site to not just be a resource for the locals, but we built it to be an opportunity for visitors to experience San Benito County in the way that they feel most comfortable. So anytime you want to go to savorsanbenito.com and cruise through it, please send us any feedback you have or any additional ideas. It is a work in progress. We're always going to be adding new photos, new menus as they change. Hours will be updated as we go into different tiers, and restaurants expand their hours and their menus. So please visit it often and share it with your friends. So along the lines of promoting food businesses in San Benito County, we saw this huge need for collaborative opportunities for business. So our Director of Tourism and Hospitality, Jen Rodriguez, and the Chamber's Tourism Committee. The Tourism Committee is a requirement in our MOU, where we are asked to bring stakeholders from all industries to a monthly meeting. So we have wineries, breweries, hotels, restaurants, all different industries that are adjacent to tourism or very much tourism businesses. We have them at the table. So we have ag, we have local business organizations on this monthly meeting. And in that meeting, they saw this great opportunity to do a farm to table meal program. So what the Savor San Benito Farm to Table CSA meal program does is it brings different businesses together to collaborate and support local businesses. So every other month, we pick one local restaurant or a caterer, a winery or a brewery, a dessert, and a keepsake. And those four businesses work together to create a meal experience. The purchasers of the meal come pick up at one location, and they get to learn about all four of these businesses. So in this slide, you can see a lot of the businesses that were participants in our farm to table meals. So in December, we had Farmhouse Cafe, Brewery 25, B&R Farms, and AG Custom Gifts. In February, we had Bluey Smoky Trails, Heavenly Bakery, Growing Hearts, Nonprofit, and Eden Rift Winery. In April, we had San Benito High School, the Workability Program, and Mike Fisher of Fisher's Catering. We had DeRose Winery, Black Pot Artisans in San Juan Bautista, and Before 1907. So collectively, they created a meal, a keepsake, a dessert, and a drink for this purpose. And each meal, we have 70 every time, 70 meals available. We sell out every time, and we always keep it at a set cost. And every business gets the money from the purchase of the meal. So this program alone, doing this 3 times, it put $14,700 back in the hands of local businesses. So these businesses in San Juan Bautista, in Hollister, in Aromas, Piscinas, like all these businesses were able to be the recipients of that money. So this program put money directly back in the hands of businesses. And we also created a bond for these businesses to now have a relationship with each other, where typically you may not see Farmhouse Cafe and B&R Farms working together, or maybe you wouldn't have seen Fisher's work with Before 1907, or Heavenly Bakery work with Eden Rift, but because of these programs, everybody was working together. So we've had people come from Monterey and Gilroy, and I want to say Jen said one of the last ones. Somebody came from San Francisco because they saw this on social media and they were just like, we wanted to take a drive. We saw this, it sounded great, and they loved it. And a lot of times we get emails and follow up from people where they're like, will Mike Fisher ever give that dressing recipe for the salad? And they want to know the secret to Brewery 25's beer. And like, it's really cool because these people stay connected. They feel a deeper connection to the community. And now they're introduced to businesses that maybe they weren't familiar with, and they're going to be lifelong supporters of those businesses. So we're really excited about this program. It's one of the things that we get to do that's fun, it's impactful, and it doesn't always have to feel like work. On the days when people pick up, everybody's super excited about their pickup. And I think that's what's really fun about being in the hospitality industry is we promote places of interest and good times. So everything we do, no matter how hard it is to get to that place, like it's always fun and people are excited. So for us, you know, having the disposition and a welcoming attitude is definitely one of the biggest assets and things of value that we can bring to all of these programs. So we're really excited to be able to do these programs and do this work. So for tourism and hospitality, one of the biggest expenses in any community, whether you're Disneyland or a small community like ours, a ton of money is always spent on outreach and marketing and branding that's recognizable, or keepsakes that people can have so they want to come back, or they share how great their experience was. So some of the things we've done to invest in ourselves, to invest in promoting San Benito County as a place of interest, as a place that's booming with opportunity. We invest in a lot of marketing outreach. So Big Blend Radio has a magazine, an online magazine, and like a web, what's it called? A podcast. So they give you the data about your story that you're telling and who's listening, who's watching. So there's a ton of numbers on here. But if you look at Pinnacles National Park, from 12 months of nationalparktraveling.com, Big Blend, Pinnacles National Park had, what is that number? Like 1,898,591. If you look at all those are huge numbers. Like, you can't just roll these numbers off the top of your head. This is a ton of exposure that the community is getting because we're investing in outreach. So on here, it'll tell you Bellado Park, Dianza Trail, Historical Park, San Juan Bautista Historical Park, all across the board, from Hollister to San Juan to Aromas to Tres Pinos. Everybody is being represented in the way that we market so that it's fair. It's fair and equal representation because of the funding that we have been given from the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito. Collectively, we make sure everybody has a seat at the table. So on here, really spotlighting Pinnacles National Park. We are also we serve as a member to the Central Coast Tourism Council. So Jen and I, we participate in board meetings, planning sessions, strategic planning to create these regional ideas from Ventura to Gilroy. And we partner, we create itineraries, road trips, we do maps together, because we really know that California, Central California, is this gem of opportunities. We're close to the beach, we're close to the mountains, we're next to the bay, we're a day trip away, we're in the middle of everything. We have a lot to offer. We all have wineries, we all have great things. So we invest the money given to us into having a seat at the table to be on the Central Coast Tourism Council. So that's a great investment. This magazine on the bottom right, it's called Location 2020. That is the California Film Commission booklet. This book has, like, how many counties are in California? Like 57 or 58 counties. Every county is represented here, and whoever's in charge of like local permits for filming under the California Film Commission is listed in this book. So the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center is the go-to for filming in San Benito County. So in this book, we're listed as the go-to contact. So we have a subcommittee in our tourism committee for people that are going to help facilitate filming in San Benito County. So when people come from either big networks or small independent films, they are sent to us because of this book. And in this book, it's pretty cool. We have a full page spread. So a lot of people have like a little photo, like in a directory, but we have a full page spread of the back roads, scenic back roads from a local photographer. So it's really cool to see San Benito County so present on the map. And just in this past year, we have had so many inquiries about from big networks that want to film here to do like high-end filming. More to come on that. I think once it's launched, we can share it, but I'm really excited. It's something that's an opportunity for us. You know, at the end of the movies, I don't know if you guys ever watch it, but at the bottom you see like where it was filmed and special thanks to these places. But it's going to be really exciting to see San Benito County's name and lights on some projects that are coming to fruition, because it's definitely been a labor of love. It's something we're excited to be a part of. And we look forward to doing more of it, definitely. In the top corner, you see a magazine. It says San Benito County and it has a red Jeep. Annually, the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center does a directory and business guide. So we list all of our members in the directory, but for the rest of the book, it's information and photos and stories and fun facts about all things to do in San Benito County, regardless of chamber membership. We always spotlight the pinnacles, the mission, the arts, walking trails, where you can see public art. So, you know, we get great submissions from Reach. They have provided a map of all the parks to put in our guide. The San Benito County Arts Council and the Downtown Association submitted like a map of all the public art that we can look at. So those are things that we invest money into that further share the message of San Benito County and everything that we have here. So a ton of money has gone into marketing outreach. But in addition to that, with a lot of the outreach that we do, we have data and metrics that we get back from it. So in a future slide, I'm going to show you Yosemite National Park Journal. And in Yosemite National Park Journal, every week, they give us a list of email of subscribers that say, hey, we love this feature on San Benito County in your magazine. We would like more information. And they tell you their name, their address, their phone number, where they're from, and when they want to come, whether it's fall, spring, summer, and they want to come to San Benito County. And we literally have all their information. So that's one of the things we want to spend more time on, is reaching out to all of these people saying, hey, we want you to come here. We're so excited that you want to know about us. We want to meet you. Come stay in our hotels, come eat in our restaurants. So we're working on an all-inclusive package that has all of our lodging, all of the food and beverage and things to see. So kind of taking everything we've done separately, putting it on all in one place and sending it to them. It just takes a little bit of time. So that's something we're still working on. We do this Central Coast map, and on the map, we highlight not only our visitor center, but like the Mission and Pinnacles National Park, but being part of the Central Coast California map, this is in all visitor centers from here to Jamaica. So this one specific map that we're on, that has the little cart, the little truck on it right there, that one goes really far. So a lot of people are seeing San Benito County on the map for the Central Coast through this map that we pay to be a part of as well. So last year we had like a list of things we wanted to work on. And one of the things was, how many hotels and places to stay do we have in San Benito County? What is the capacity of bedrooms? What's some price ranges? And those were just things we knew we wanted to work on, because eventually we wanted to be able to calculate TOT on our own if capacity was up or capacity was down, or we built in another hotel or TOT increased. We wanted to be able to have all of the data to do the math. So we had a plan to start working on that. But last year, when in the Santa Cruz mountain range, when they had all the fires, a lot of people started calling San Benito County because they were being evacuated from their home. And they were like, hey, we need somewhere to stay. Like, can you help us? So immediately we were like, okay, that idea we had of getting all the data for hotels and stuff, we have to do it a lot faster. So last year kind of pushed us to compile all this information of all the places to stay. So we were able to give this resource to a lot of people who were displaced because of the fires. But now that we have it as a resource, it's really cool. Jen had somebody reach out. It's a guy bringing a bunch of Jeeps to San Benito County. I think he said 300 Jeeps. And he was like, can you send me some information on where to stay? And Jen was like, oh yeah, I have this resource list. Here you go. So it was actually like super awesome that we have it. But on the back end, we have, of course, big Excel spreadsheets that tell you how many bedrooms or how many spaces or lots each place has. So that if somebody says, hey, I need something that fits 82 RVs, we'll know how to better coordinate their experience using that information. But this is kind of just like the overarching view to say, hey, there's plenty of places to stay. Please come to San Benito County. So let's see. One of the things we're really proud of, because we're a chamber and because we are a visitor center, is our collaborative advantage. We have had the pleasure, just in this past year, these photos are just from this past year. We have had the pleasure of working with so many people. We work with Senator Caballero, we work with local government, we work with businesses, we work with our congressmen, and we bring people together. So for us, we're really excited about the opportunity to do more with what we've been given and bring so many people into it. We're not just like one or two people doing work and it's, just, it is what it is. No, it impacts so many people. So many people are a part of it, and we all really get to celebrate the success of the efforts because we were all a part of the big lift. So these are just some great photos of everybody we've had the pleasure of working with. Some of them we don't have masks because this was obviously right before the pandemic when those photos were taken, but all the ones with masks, you can tell that that was definitely within the past couple months. But here's some more information on the Parklet program. So in the summer, we were approached by Supervisor Hernandez because he serves on our tourism committee, not only as a business owner, but as a tourism committee representative. So as we know, tourism funding was allocated under economic development, and there wasn't specifically a tourism ad hoc at the time. But because we had a tourism committee, our economic development representative from the Board of Supervisors served on our internal tourism committee. So it worked. So since 2019, when we were allocated the funding and we created our committee, we've been working with Supervisor Hernandez to really move tourism programs forward. So when Supervisor Hernandez and the Board of Supervisors had CARES Act funding, he worked with the city of Hollister first. They talked about a plan, they talked about collaborating, and then they brought us into the conversation, say, hey, we have this great idea, but can we make it work? So between the city, the county, the chamber, the Hollister Downtown Association, and dozens of business owners, we were able to roll out the Parklet program. We worked with engineering, we worked with city staff. City staff did so much of the work, all of the roads and all of the stuff that happened on the back end. We were so fortunate to just kind of come in at the end with funding from CARES Act to be able to do the Parklet program. We know that years and years of work went into the redesign. It didn't just happen in 3 weeks, but this was a big project. And, I'll always say this is the best case scenario out of a worst case scenario to have the opportunity to redesign our downtown and give us the downtown that we've all wanted for a really long time. It's super unfortunate that before this, we of course had COVID and businesses closing, but also fires downtown. So you know, we needed something to be happy about and excited about. So being able to do the parklet program, I feel that this was the hope that we needed. We needed some to light at the end of the tunnel to say like, hey, businesses, we're gonna give you some relief as best as we can. And it was kind of a bummer that when this happened, it was kind of like the winter season where it was like a little bit rainy and a little bit cold outside. But now that we're in, you know, to days of sunshine, it's working out wonderfully. I love going outside and seeing decorated parklets and HDA coordinating with local nonprofits to put like plants in all like the planter boxes. So everything looks really great. It's been a community effort and we're really excited about it. So the parklet program was definitely a labor of love. Also super exciting. Like it was always my perfect vision that someday people would want to be like us. Everybody always says, you know, like, hey, we should be more like Morgan Hill or other communities. And recently, after we did our redesign, the city of Morgan Hill reached out to me and to Brett Miller, the Hollister city manager, and Supervisor Hernandez. And they were like, hey, you guys, how did you do that so fast? And we actually had the privilege of speaking to not only their city council, their mayor, their economic development groups, their tourism organization, their chamber, to say, this is what we all did together. This is where our funding came from. This is the plan and this is what it looked like. But this is really what happens when people can come together to find a super creative solution for the benefit of the greater community. I know there was a lot of re-educating that went into it when we, you know, changed the streets to go a different way. But I mean, we're all supposed to be lifelong learners. So relearning how to go through our downtown it's not a terrible thing. So we created maps. In the center of the screen, you can see it says Discover Downtown Hollister. It shows you not only what restaurants got parklets, but it shows you all the restaurants that are down there in general. So we created another map for all of the self-care services like salons and spas, and then also another map for retail. In COVID, one of the things that we all really wanted to focus on was encouraging local spending. We wanted people to spend money locally so we would have money for sales tax and jobs and roads and revenue and fire. So for us, we want people to spend local. So creating maps, doing programs, and doing a lot of outreach has been a huge help. So collectively, all the combined efforts of all of the not only business groups, but individual people that tell their neighbors to shop local had a great return on investment and return on outreach and community support. In the third quarter of last year, City Manager Brett Miller said that sales tax revenue was up 16%, which is great because all the communities around us, unfortunately, were down. So for us, we know that what we're doing is working. So if you look at the pictures, these right here on the end, I don't know if you could see my little thing moving, but those are banners. Those are like 6-foot banners that are hanging downtown. And it's pictures of business owners. It says what business they have and it says their name. And I think that's one of the things that to me was so special, was showing us who our business owners are. These people are San Benito County. They are downtown Hollister. So those are really special. And then of course we had the grand opening event that was COVID safe, social distance, everybody wore masks, but it was just definitely something exciting. I'm really proud of all of us collectively for getting this done. So the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center has multiple purposes. So the chamber offices are on like one side of the office, and then the other side is this big open space visitor center. We have pop-ups in here. So in the center right here, you can see local businesses featured. So we have 3 local businesses and 1 local nonprofit that are popped up in the visitor center so they can sell their products. So that creates revenue for them. It creates local sales tax within the city of Hollister, but it also keeps our doors open as being retail and a visitor center. We have a ton of free information like maps about the Pinnacles, San Juan, Hollister Hills, De Anza Trail, tons of great information. A lot of it is free. So we're really excited to be able to offer this to the community. with the funding from the city and the county. A portion of it, of course, helps for the overhead, but we've, ever since the guidance said we could reopen, we've been reopen Monday through Friday ever since. And since March of this year, we have been open on Saturdays as well. So if you're downtown on the weekend, swing by the chamber. We have, and if you look at this corner down here, this little blue thing, that is a no contact pop-up information stand. So outside of the chamber doors, if you don't feel comfortable walking in, you can from outside grab some free information that is out there all the time. We refill it daily. So if you need any information, you can grab a stack or you can grab one or two, but it's really good information for out-of-towners. But if you look in the center, there's this smaller pop-up and it has like Hollister Hills and Danza Trail. We have those little pop-ups in multiple locations throughout the county, because if somebody can't make it down to the chamber and other places that they visit, they become more aware of what's here. So the pop-up locations, we have one at Pinnacles National Park, we have one at Hollister Hills, B&R Farms, Thousand Trails RV Park, Hacienda de Leal, Lighthouse 55 Bakery, Grillin' and Chillin', Roadhouse and Ale House, Intero Real Estate, Ohana Shave Ice, Eden Rift Winery, and Calera Winery. So all of these people have been so gracious for us to have not only one of those little pop-up stands, but also they're partnering with us to share what is here in addition to their business. So some businesses would see it as competition of saying you're driving people away from me, but actually they're adding value to the same Benito County experience by highlighting what else there is to do here. So we're really grateful for the partnership of everybody that allows us to have a pop-up, and they do it at no cost. They just let us leave it there and then we come back every couple of weeks to refill it. But that's really important because sharing the message, it's a community effort. We all have to do this together. So in here, it's our budget. So here is the Yosemite National Park Journal. We have 4 pages in there. Here's one of the big visuals we have. Here's a budget just to kind of show you what we get from the county, what we get from the city. Part of the budget goes to overhead and the rest goes to programs and staff. So our expenses are, of course, our marketing expenses, having a paid staff person that does these projects. They're the first point of contact for programs, for outreach, for requests, for tourism or partnership. So we have a paid staff person that is accountable for tourism programs. So it doesn't, just rely on maybe a volunteer or an intern. Of course, we could always use the help of volunteers and interns, but having a paid staff person that's accountable for tourism programs, that's really important to us. So here's just a brief budget, but if you have any questions, we can break down the cost because I'm sure there's visuals in the previous slides to just explain more about what we've spent money on. So here, as far as a way of measuring success, to know if what we're doing is working, we're going to see an increase in TOT. We're going to see sales tax increase. We're going to see a lot more awareness of business. The more people say, oh, I heard about you on Facebook or Instagram. These are the ways to know that it's working. And that's it. So there's a picture of Jen and I. Jen is amazing. She's wonderful. For anybody that knows Jen, they know that she's great, but she's also a teacher at Southside School. So today she is teaching and molding young minds. So I am honored to be able to present on her behalf. But I think that is it from us. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Start off with Supervisor Hernandez. Any questions or comments, I should say?
I'll let Supervisor Kozmicki speak. I just want to hear the input from the board. I have obviously my own comments. I wanted to give everybody else a chance first.
Supervisor Kozmicki.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hernandez. So yeah, I mean, some of these programs, they're, I think the chamber's busy, they're active. That's great. I, appreciate the presentation. For me, I just want to be really clear. It's nothing with the chamber. I just have very high standards for if and when local government should consider allocating tax dollars to individual nonprofits. And I think there are some rare exceptions that make a lot of sense. And I'll get into tourism, because I think tourism is an area where going out and partnering could make sense. But I generally don't think it's government's purpose to financially support nonprofits necessarily. I'm a strong believer if we do support nonprofits like we have with the chamber, that we have to have specific objectives, an identifiable return on investment, similarly to how I have talked a lot about the EDC, and I know Supervisor Hernandez has talked in the past about wanting metrics, wanting goals that the board sort of gives direction on when it comes to that investment, because our tax dollars are just so precious. But if you don't go that route, it can always raise fairness questions. Why is this nonprofit and not 150 others in the county getting taxpayer dollars, and could potentially set a precedent? And there could be an expectation to fund programs like these on an annual basis permanently. And then there's the fact, of course, that we're a rural county, we're cash strapped. I'm trying to make a point. We have to be really very careful with how we use our tax dollars, on an annual basis when it comes to nonprofits. So there really has to be a tangible broad community benefit on the other side of it. And my primary concern in this case, and I'm going to give some recommendations, so I'm not just being critical. I think some of what you presented was great. Other things I'm going to be, I'm going to be openly critical about. I just think that the use of taxpayer funds for traditional chamber operations and costs or non-tourism activities, if it's not specifically related to tourism, should not be part of this. And so I'd be reluctant, unless there's some changes made, to support another, what I would call a subsidy or a bailout to the Chamber of Commerce, because it's membership-driven organizations. So they have, their number one mission, and it makes sense. Their first priority is serving its members, not the general public. That said, I would be willing to consider supporting something like this if there's a clear focused mission and clear objectives. And so here's some of the concerns I have, and then some recommendations for me to potentially support something like this. $8,000 for the print business directory and visitors guide. That's a significant portion of the funding. I'll just say this as somebody who came from the newspaper industry: print is dead. It's outdated, and I just don't see any benefit or return on investment for spending $8,000 and a whole lot of time on a print directory that frankly is really very likely not producing anything in return. And then additionally with the directory, if it has a membership directory involved, I just don't think that there's any business for the county to be funding that. We're promoting chamber members. What about the rest of the businesses in the community that aren't chamber members? Just on some of the specific dollar amounts, $3,500 for trademark web hosting, $2,500 for merchandise/branding, and $1,600 for a CoolCom collected videos. And maybe if Michelle at the end, you can maybe answer, because I have some other notes here. I'm just curious what all those are and how they relate directly to tourism. And then, so going forward, generally, for the chamber to have a relationship with the county like this, the chamber should have zero involvement in political advocacy of any kind if taxpayers are subsidizing this organization. And this last election season, the chamber was, and I'm not blaming them, but the chamber was advocating politically, and I just have a problem with that, using tax dollars toward an organization that is turning around and advocating for specific political endeavors. I think the county should, and I think this is where the Tourism Ad Hoc Committee could come into play potentially. I'd like to see the county give more specific direction and have a voice on how the money is being spent, and not just on sort of what I would call, like I said, typical chamber operations. A lot of the things that we were just presented, those are things that the chamber's been doing for years, well before the county contracted with the chamber. When we're talking about a visitor's guide, we're talking about some of these other amenities up here, so essentially that's where I have a problem. We're essentially subsidizing their
operations. If we're paying for tourism, where we're contracting to have a tourism benefit, it's got to be something new. It's got to be something fresh. It's got to be focused. And I'll get to the focus part now. One of the biggest problems that I've seen with everybody wants more tourism. I think we're all on the same page here. But from a marketing perspective and the philosophy that we've taken, our focus has been broad when it should be extremely, extremely narrow. So instead of just sort of throwing everything out there, more of a collage, like, here's all the things we have to offer. From a marketing standpoint, it should be much more focused. We have to refine our focus. So we really need to focus on 2 or 3 things. We need a slogan. We don't have a slogan. I've never seen, any kind of slogan when it comes to tourism around here. I've said over and over again, to me, it's simple. If I'm the one-man committee, we're home of Pinnacles National Park. That's pretty simple to me. And I've said in the past, you sort of have to take a mall mentality. If you think of us as a mall, what malls do is and maybe it's not the best because malls are outdated, but this part is relevant. The anchor part of the mall, you have to promote those anchors that really drive tourism. So as much as I appreciate our local restaurants, and I go to our local restaurants every week, probably multiple times, I'm not so sure people are coming from the outside to go to our restaurants. I think the restaurants, you get an ancillary benefit from going to Pinnacles, or maybe going to the wineries and then going to the restaurants, or coming for a sports tournament at, hopefully the new regional park, and then maybe going to Ohana afterward and getting some shave ice. That's what I see where the restaurants come into play. As far as the marketing, I mentioned the print. We have to have a sharp focus on digital marketing, and I think really targeting those surrounding communities within 2 or 3 hours. As I said earlier, print is dead, and I honestly think it's a utter waste of money. To me, the big blend part of it, I know there's only a small dollar amount, but it's a red flag for me because as somebody with a media background who's familiar with the level of web views that are realistic, I question the credibility, honestly, of 6.7 million views for a variety of locally themed pages. And when you go to that website, National Park, I think it's nationalparktraveling.com. I'm going to be really frank. It's very unprofessional looking, and it looks like somebody just threw it together who doesn't even have a background in web design. So I just really, I'm not so sure big blend. I would rather see us using money toward mainstream, I'm not finished, toward mainstream platforms such as Google ads or Facebook ads. There's a number of more mainstream platforms where you can pay for digital advertising that to me just makes a lot more sense. The tourism committee, I'm hopeful that those aren't just chamber members. Again, we're, as part of an MOU that we're, requiring this tourism committee, I really want to make sure just that there are non-chamber members on that committee if that's part of that MOU. And then the businesses that are promoting in the visitor center, the same goes there. My recommendation is to definitely include non-chamber members there. If we're funding this visitor center, then I certainly think there should be non-chamber members that have the opportunity to promote themselves. And just as an aside, what I heard about Morgan Hill, I think that's all nice, but I'm not so sure we should be sharing our strategies and advice with Morgan Hill when we're competing with them for tourism dollars. And then overall, I think the chamber can be involved. I think, but I do think we should explore. I think we should explore other options that are, professional marketing firm, put out an RFP of some kind, and if the chamber comes forward with a proposal and it makes the most sense, then go in that direction. But I don't necessarily think we should just, refine our potential to just the Chamber of Commerce. And so that's all I have. I appreciate our business community. I know the chamber, I know Michelle works very hard and Jen worked very hard. I'm coming from a place where I've always sat back and watched the allocation of nonprofit dollars, and I've always had a critical eye toward that. Even with the social service stuff, you have to be really careful about where you're spending tax dollars. I'm just not a believer in it unless there is a specific tangible return on investment. It's a program, it's something we're requesting. as opposed to what I've seen with some of this stuff, with all due respect, is that basically we're funding traditional chamber operations. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna go second here because, you know, that long-winded speech kind of irritated me. He's one of 5 people sitting up here. A lot of good ideas, a lot of different things, but not only 2 hours ago, he was talking about giving tax dollars for incentives. So you were talking about giving our tax dollars to incentivize people to get a shot. So I get a little bit confused there. You know, I look at it differently. They're doing all the right things. They are, you know, when you look at and I know Supervisor Hernandez can speak to this, all he talks about is measurables. I get so tired of the measurables. But you're accurate, because the city council meeting, I think it was about a month ago or 2 months ago, they said their tax revenue actually increased, which is amazing during this pandemic. Part of it is what they're doing. So when we look at us, it's the same thing. We're increasing our tax revenue. We're investing in the future. With any way you want to look at it, it's, you know, you talk about tax dollars, you know, we also talk about how do other people bring in businesses here? You know, sometimes we do work with them, try to figure out how to finagle some type of taxes. I know the city of Hollister, they decreased TOT tax to bring in more people that, or I should say, bring in the 2 hotels. So when you're looking at spending tax dollars, you're doing it, and there is a return. The whole idea is if we spend $2, we want to receive $4 or $6. So there is a return on that. Looking at a lot of the stuff that he outlined, yes, I mean, some of it is, you know, we can help them, but once again, this is what they're doing day in and day out. I have enough common sense to delegate to this office here, so they can come out and really concentrate on that part where we need to concentrate on fixing the roads. We need to focus on other things, not just these small little things. I mean, I look at it differently. I think there could be some conversation with Jennifer and Michelle and Colin, because he does have a background of media and other things. But just to say you won't support something because of tax dollars, I find that a little bit misleading. So, Supervisor Gonzalez?
Since I'm going to be on the tourism committee, I'd rather wait until I hear from the others.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Okay. So, you know, my thought is, although I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Kosmicki, and I too feel we have to watch tax dollars, but I guess I have a different take along the lines of Supervisor Medina, in that, you know, I often worry that government, because, you know, we get, and, you know, some of us are new to it, but, you know, the bureaucracy of government, and we get bogged down. You know, I think there's, frankly, a much greater chance that we can potentially waste tax dollars, whereas a nonprofit, although Michelle and Jen, you know, they are paid, but they also driven largely by volunteers as well, to the chamber. Likewise, the EDC, you know, you can talk about other nonprofits, Community Foundation, they have some paid staff, but much of it is driven by volunteers. So my point is that I think that the benefit of working with, you know, nonprofits for a fairly relatively small amount of money, I think it can pay, you know, dividends, because, you know, often nonprofits are working at least local ones like these, are working very efficiently, and they are able to do things that we couldn't do. I guarantee you, we could not, if we were to hire someone here within county staff, let's say, to do tourism, we would, you know, when you start factoring in salary and benefits, it would be costing the county much, much more than what we're talking about here. Likewise, our support of the EDC and executive director to try to bring in more businesses, I think is very cost effective. Yes, we do have to look at results. I think we have to be careful with metrics because those, can be misleading. But obviously, we do have to look at results, and that's important. But, I just feel like it's money worth spending. It's not to say that we shouldn't have input on it, and I think it's good that we have a tourism ad hoc committee to work with them. I personally would like to see within, make sure that countywide, all tourism is working together, whether it be the chamber, the HDA, the San Juan committee, everyone working together and ensure that everyone's on the same page. I'd also like to see, I know there's been a lot of conversation over the years about really developing our wineries and our wine trail and taking more advantage of that, as well as I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. Obviously, the national park, the Pinnacle National Park, is something that we really need to take more and better advantage of. It's a huge draw. So I think there's things that we need to work on. Like I said, I'd love to see more in that area, the Pinnacles, the winery, countywide, everyone working together. But for the most part, I think the chamber, particularly during COVID, has done a great job for the community. And anyway, I'm very supportive of what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And who would like to go first? Go ahead, Peter. Supervisor Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So forgive me if I'm trying to organize my thoughts a bit because it was a lot said. There's a lot to consider. And I honestly 100% respect your opinion, Supervisor Kosmicki. I agree there needs to be metrics. To a certain extent, that gives life to the reason why we voted on supporting an ad hoc, because the ad hoc is going to thoroughly flesh those metrics and make sure. And to be clear, with conversations that I've had with Michelle, that's something that she demands. That's the thing she wants. She's not, from the get-go, it's funny because I remember being one of the biggest cynics, and only time when I reference, for those that are listening to the audience, my business, when it comes to my position, has to do with the experience, right? So I reference actual situations that I've dealt with, and what the thought process is of a business person. So my point is when I've had marketing folks come to me and say, hey, Peter, I think this would be really good. You'd get a lot more likes and the whole SEO, you'd be optimized, you'd get a lot of traffic. I always question that sentiment. I said, well, where's the metric, right? Where is the actual, the point that I can literally connect the dollar that I spent giving you this to promote, right? Any business. How do I anchor that effort back to, okay, it's actually returned an investment? It's a hard metric when it comes to marketing. That is the mindset that I came in when I was asked to consider the tourism ad hoc. So I was a hawk. And I still am. I mean, if you pay attention to my voting record, when it comes down to our budget, I don't like wasting taxpayers' money. The reason why, and to a certain extent, the experience that I've had is tourism does have a huge return with little investment. The going rate is $1 for every $7, right? So every dollar you spend, you get a $7 return. So what you would consider, with all due respect, a subsidy, I consider an investment. It's a different mindset, right? The goal is to return that investment. Ultimately, we've been having long and arduous conversations. We just had a budget kind of preliminary conversation about what it means to generate new revenue. We mentioned tourism, right? But tourism right now is not an anchored reality because we don't have a definition for it. So it's really hard to assume what that means, which makes it kind of pie in the sky, and I get it, that's hard. The goal of this ad hoc, I would say, at least from my sentiment, I would imagine Supervisor Gonzalez agrees, is to make sure that these dollars are going to be a wise investment and they're not a waste. So one of the things you mentioned about it only being open, the chamber only being open to certain businesses. So just to be clear, Savor San Benito was actually open to all businesses, right? And every business benefited, well, when it came down to the restaurant community. And I wanted to share these magazines with you, just to kind of give you a little bit of a highlight of what the well, I'll give you all these two. What the chamber had done and the experience that they've basically provided to our community, the things that have return on investment with very little. I think I should honestly anchor it to $35,000, right? If you think about the amount of money that they've gotten versus what we've gotten out of them, it's a lot more. You know, I would say it's multiplied tenfold, if not more than that. So anyway, you know, you mentioned a professional marketing firm. I would imagine it's going to be a lot more expensive, and especially since they don't know our community, there's got to be a whole lot of research just understanding the needs of the community, right? At that point, you're getting into a whole lot more, basically repeating of the wheel, right? Because they're going to spend time in trying to find out about our community when we already have an agency like the chamber, which obviously I've been a strong advocate for because I've been had a good relationship with them. And to be clear, I want to be a consensus builder, so I don't want to just make it isolated to them. I want them to work with other agencies too, right? I think they could definitely, they've been always, as far as my understanding goes, is they've always been very collaborative with the whole community. So, so egos aside, yeah, this whole focus. So if I can try to anchor what tourism, in my mind, means is it's got to be a holistic approach, right? It's got to be to the benefit of the whole community. So to me, the more I think about it, it's funny because through other conversations we've had sentiments of, well, Santa Clara pays more, Santa Clara makes more money, right? There's all these opportunities. We're tired of being a breeding ground for basically new folks to work for us, and then they end up leaving our community. I keep thinking about those things. They resonate in my mind. And I'm like, man, I feel to a certain extent we don't really understand the value of our own community. We don't have maybe their dollars, we don't have their assets, but we do have something they don't have. A lot of beautiful open space that other counties are capitalizing on. And I would say we have something even greater than that. We have our own national park in our backyard. We have yet to capitalize on. You know, I was looking up some numbers through Visit California, which is a well-known, respected agency. That's actually what you're, I think, watching, that magazine. So it's $144 billion has been spent in California. 12 billion state and local revenues. Obviously, that's throughout the whole state, and 1.2 million people. That's a lot of people employed through all of these different, and I would venture to say, it's an assumption, but I believe it's close to true, that a national park is a big driver of that, of these dollars and of that all those benefits. So, so when I think of basically tourism, to me, it's the valuation of the assets that we have, and it's not only creating a network to collaborate those assets, right? There has to be a lot of networking. But it's also creating successful processes. It literally is its own business to monetize and preserve those assets. I say preserve intentionally because I know that's something that I've always not only heard from my public, but that's something that resonates with me personally. I don't want to, I've said it before, I don't want to be an extension of Santa Clara like San Jose, right? I want to preserve the beauty of our community, preserve the quality of life of our community. That means there's got to be a way to make money to a certain extent to preserve the resources and everything needed via the things that we do have. That's the recreation element. So, you know, you heard it here first, folks. I want to rethink recreation. So one of the things to kind of get you a little bit of a insight as to where my mind is. So I was on the Vets Commission. And one thing that I learned really quick is they don't have a budget, right? And if you don't have a budget, you really don't have a plan to succeed. You really have a plan to fail, right? And as I've learned through different meetings, we've had a lot of deferred maintenance happening. There's not this, and I'm not picking on anybody for the choices that were made. It doesn't matter. This is something that we have to deal with now. Going forward, that's what I proposed when I was on the Vets Commission. Let's actually create a budget that has a game plan. Let's have a good relationship with the agencies that we're working with, the baseball leagues, the soccer leagues, you know, the Babe Ruth, all those different agencies. Let's figure out what it means to bring in revenue. Can you give us your numbers? And then let's figure out what it means from there. What are the potential opportunities we're missing out, right? It's kind of your own fiscal study, right? You're trying to find out where you're at and where you want to go. So it's coming up with a plan. That was where the direction was headed when I was on the Vets Commission. I'm obviously not on it now, but that passion is still there to bring that now to this regional park, right? So I'm using that as a reference point. We have officially an opportunity to have a park that's very connected to our South County, you know, traffic, which is 500,000 people visiting Pinnacles and Hollister Hills, and ultimately figuring out a way to create a conduit between that traffic and our community. I think the regional park is one beautiful point. I don't think it's the only solution, but it's one element because there's a lot of other things. There's the beauty of San Juan and the missions, right? It drives its own traffic. We're working on with Benny and RMA to create a conduit via a bike trail, maybe even an equestrian trail to connect all three cities, Hollister, Tres Pinos, and San Juan. So there's all of this energy, all these processes that need to be created. It really is an animal of a lift. I would say to a certain extent, even $1 million investment is a worthwhile investment to try to create that revenue stream and ultimately demand metrics as the ad hoc, what I would imagine we're gonna be fleshing through to basically create those outcomes that we want. So we say we wanna preserve our hometown, our slower pace, the quality of our life. I would say then we have to have a plan to succeed. And that's my pitch to the Board of Supervisors is we come up with that plan, that we beat it up to make sure that we have that return. I'm not asking for anything besides results. And we can come back here and say, did it work or did it not work? I would say that this should be definitely very periodic, that the chamber brings forward what they've done, how they've got it done, the collaboration that happened, but they need the tools to have it. And they need to create that business, that tourism business for that to start. And I would say it's a small investment. It's not a subsidy. It's definitely a strong investment. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very well stated. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. On Sunday morning, when I opened up my agenda, I was surprised to see myself on this this ad hoc committee. It was a nice surprise, by the way, but it was a surprise. I don't look at my agenda on Friday when it comes out because of my personal obligations. So when I saw this, I said, "Oh wow, this is interesting," and that's why I said, "Well, I don't know if I really if Peter's the one to be, but I can see just listening to your pitch." Obviously, you are the person to be working on the committee with me, so I look forward to that. I did call Michelle at the chamber on Mother's Day, and we text, and we spoke on Monday morning, and she shared with me her entire plan. I looked at the slideshow presentation, and I was very impressed with all of the things that the chamber is doing. And so we spoke further, and I took a page and a half of notes, and so I look forward to hear about her resiliency plan, Michelle. So you and I will have to meet up so I can kind of hear some more details about it. But I also am listening to what Supervisor Kosmicki is mentioning too. So as I take on this endeavor to be part of the tourism committee, I want to look at all aspects. And I know that Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned something about there are various other groups out there working on tourism. So I want to make sure we take all those concepts into thought and consideration before we decide to allocate monies in any particular way. I like the idea of a RFP, and as you said, if maybe the Chamber of Commerce is interested in submitting the proposal and they happen to be the one, then great. But I do want the Chamber to continue doing what they're doing with regards to the MOU and what they are presenting and doing for the county. It's awesome. As Michelle was giving her presentation, I jotted down all the various websites that she had mentioned. So I was searching, probably rudely, I'm sorry, but I was searching Savor San Benito, the National Parks Traveling, discoversanbenito.com. I went ahead and added myself to Facebook to a few of the pages that she had mentioned. But I look forward to this relationship. I don't want it to be the only relationship that we have with the Tourism Ad Hoc Committee, but I look forward to continuing this. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair? Just a few follow-ups, so I'm clear here. Some of the comments, I appreciate all the perspectives. As far as the chamber during COVID, I said it the last time they presented, they have done a great job. This is not my comments are more, I'm trying to give straightforward recommendations. It's not, I think the chamber I think Michelle does a great job. I think Jen does a great job. I'm not criticizing the chamber. I just have a different viewpoint on the use of tax dollars. And if we do go down this road, I have several recommendations that I made. I don't really see that necessarily as a negative. As far as the comment on COVID incentives that I pointed out, yeah, I did say that because, well, first off, I also said that we should pursue a voluntary approach from the restaurants and businesses, and if that's not possible, then maybe consider putting some funding there. And that funding, of course, would be COVID funding
that would be restricted to COVID relief. So that it's not general fund dollars, which of course the chamber allocation is general fund dollars. As far as
But it is tax dollars.
yeah, of course. And then somebody mentioned I'm not supporting them because of tax dollars. I never said I don't support the chamber. In fact, I said I'd be open to the chamber continuing this. For me, I would like to see the county a little more involved and through the ad hoc, and I think we can potentially get there. And then lastly, let's see, part-time. No, that's all right. I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Any public comment?
Like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen.
Can I respond before public comment?
Yes, thank you very much.
Where are we at? We're with Valerie or Michelle?
That was Michelle.
Are you on, Michelle?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi. I just wanted to clarify, at the beginning, I mentioned that the chamber is a 501c6, which is a member organization, and we're also a 501c3, which is a nonprofit. So all of the tourism stuff we do benefits everybody. And then what the chamber does, of course, is chamber member focused. In 2020, we received funding to do not only chamber stuff, COVID response items, but also strictly tourism programs. So there's a lot of things we didn't list that we do as a chamber that don't utilize general fund money from the city or the county. That's all member driven. So everything we do for like hotels, that's ribbon cuttings, grand openings, networking events, and trainings, those are all completely separate. So please keep in mind that all of this that we've done in 2020, in response to COVID-19, to elevate tourism in San Benito County, to highlight and promote everything that we have to offer, has been very quick. And because of a very quick request for these needs to be fulfilled in response to COVID-19. So when it comes to strategic planning, we had a ton of events that are high-level events that generate revenue planned. Because of COVID, all of that was changed. So everything that we've done here, we did in response to COVID. So we would love to have planning sessions, strategy sessions, not only with the ad hoc committee from the Board of Supervisors, but also with our committee members from the Tourism Committee. So I totally agree with feedback. I totally agree with there being a lot of focus, direction, and strategy. We do have branding. So the slogan, Discover San Benito County, is trademarked. A logo that we have, which is a condor. And in the condor, there's detail of like a guy on a motorcycle, a cornucopia of fruit, a wine glass. That is also trademarked. So we not only have a trademark slogan, we have a trademarked logo. So they're registered with the National Registry of Trademarks. We pay for that every couple of years. It's close to $1,500 or $1,600 just to trademark that branding. So when I hear things like that, we don't have a slogan, we don't have a branding, we don't have a vision, those are some things that we do have, but they can change, we can adapt them. We are open to recreating new ideas or creating a new vision for us. I'm totally open to that. As far as the videos that we have, if you go to sanbenitocountychamber.com, there's a video on the top, and that is one of the videos made by Comco Collected. I know Supervisor Kosmicki said that he would like to see these videos because we spent $1,600 on videos. There are additional videos that we have. We can send you the live links so that you can watch them and share them or embed them into any additional websites that we have. And as far as spending $8,000 on the guide, we totally agree that spending money on print is not a good idea. The first two times that the chamber had put a magazine in print, it was going to hotels and airports all across California, but the pickup rate was low and nobody locally was seeing the magazine. So this time around, we scheduled for it all to be printed even before COVID happened. So the fact that we ended up with 10,000 guides and nothing to do with them, that was kind of tricky for us. The year before that, we gave out thousands at farmers market because we had a farmers market 17 out of 22 weeks. So COVID really messed up our plan to get these magazines that we paid for in the hands of people. So thankfully we have a digital version. So there's a link that's in our newsletter, on my email link, on Jen's email link. We share it with everybody that's a member, and they share it with the people they know. So that digital link is living on because the physical magazines are not able to go very far. But the expenses for the guide, I do want to remind Supervisor Kosmicki that at the time that we did the guide, $1,700 of that $8,000 expense went to stories that you wrote for us. So it kind of hurts when you say that you don't see the value in the expense for the guide when you were very much a part of it. And I thought it was something we were all proud of. So, you know, moving forward, we'll definitely have to look at that again, because if there's not value in making a guide that has local writers contributing to it, you know, like, let's look at that again. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. If you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Jen and I do this, we live this, and we breathe this. There's a ton of things we might have missed because we probably wanted to keep it brief, but we could talk about this all day. We live here, we work here, we raise our families here, and we're passionate about tourism. So Hollister Hills, Pinnacles National Park, De Anza Trail, the Mission, everything that we have here, the wine trail, they're special to us. They mean a lot. That's our backyard. So, you know, we don't want to leave anybody out. We want to collaborate as a Chamber of Commerce. Before we took on tourism rules, supporting the community, being a resource is something we always wanted to do. Life changes in a moment. There's always new ways to reach people, whether it's social media, new websites, apps like TikTok, whatever we need to do to adapt to the changing times and reach people and reach visitors and elevate our business community and connect with our neighbors, we're more than willing to do that. So, you know, please keep talking to us, give us feedback. If it's critical or hypercritical and hard to hear, that's okay. It's our job to receive that. It's our job to give the community what it needs, whether it's the needs of our members on the chamber side, or whether it's the needs of the community and surrounding communities, tourists. Like, give it to us. Like, however we can incorporate into our business plan, we're going to do that, because that's what a good business does. That's what hospitality is, listening to your customers and giving them the best experience possible. So please continue talking to us. Please continue giving us feedback, and please continue letting us step to the plate to give the community what it needs and do justice to these amazing places of interest that we have in San Benito County. We have a gem, it's a gold mine. And I always say San Benito County is about to burst. We have big companies that are looking at us. We have developers that want to build houses here. You know, it's something that's really tricky. Our roads are bad because everybody's driving on them. But let's see how we can figure out ways to generate revenue to make more money, to make those roads better. So we can't just put all of our money into, you know, roads. We have to diversify our revenue streams. So let us be one of those streams. You know, let's partner with other people. It doesn't just have to be the chamber that's doing tourism. Believe me, if there was somebody else that could do tourism and put as much love and care and heart into it as we do, we would welcome them with open arms. Because if anybody else can help carry the load, please be our guest, join us, create opportunities for all of us to survive and thrive. So one of the last things I wanted to kind of touch on is I'm really proud of Morgan Hill reaching out to us to say, hey, how can we be better for our people? How can we be better for our community? How can we create a better customer experience that elevates the quality of life, opportunities for businesses? So I will never say no to a community that wants to be like us or work with us or partner with us. So I don't like the idea, and I don't think of Morgan Hill as being competition. I think of them as being a regional partner. We have to work with our regional partners. They say, like, you know, the world is so small. It really is, because People drive from Morgan Hill to here to go to the wine shop and go to Pinnacles all in the same day. If we're not working together, leveraging everything around us, whether it's next door or the next city over, we're not doing business well. So for me, this isn't just a community project or community program. It's business. It's good business to work with Morgan Hill. They have more money. They're closer to the bay. Whatever they have, we want to be a part of, and vice versa. So I don't foresee myself turning down any opportunities to collaborate with Morgan Hill to elevate our tourist, customer, regional, or whatever experience that anybody in San Benito County can have. So whatever we can bring back to our community and make ourselves better, I'm here for it. So in closing, I just want to thank you for your support. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to really do this immersive dive into tourism, because it's only been 5 years that the city and the county have really been putting funding towards tourism. So it's been a lot of small steps to get us here, and COVID kind of just lit the match on, you know, the simmering flame that was tourism in San Benito County. So this is year one, really, of having a paid director partnered with the chamber, having a thriving visitor center, having all these amazing programs. Give us 2 or 3 more years and we're going to have huge events after COVID restrictions are lifted. We're going to have a ton more businesses opening up, because I can tell you how many businesses I've seen open during COVID. So nothing stops people from opening businesses. If they're going to do business here, they're going to do it, COVID or not. And we're going to be there to roll out the red carpet every single time. So in a year or 2, when COVID is just a bad memory and a thing of the past, our events are going to bring people from super far. People are going to want to donate. People are going to want to sponsor. And it's not going to be just taxpayer money anymore that is on the hook for funding tourism efforts. People are going to see that this is a money-making opportunity. Tourism is a money-making business. You invest $1, you get 7 back. Anybody that's good at business is going to say, I want to be part of that train, because it's going far and it's going fast. So please talk to us, keep us in the conversation, and thank you for your support. San Benito County businesses and nonprofits and community members, thank you for your support in putting tourism as a priority. It's important to me, it's important to them, and it's important to our overall success. We're not just roads, we're not just police officers, we're not just firefighters. We are working class people. We are entry-level wage working people that raise our kids here. And we invest into things like karate and dance and all of these things here we do with the money we earn here. So please continue supporting us. Please put faith in us as a hospitality industry. That's it. Thank you.
And clarify that when the chamber asked me to write some stories for their guide, this was well before I was a supervisor. I was running a business and I was asked to write stories. So I don't really see how that's relevant, Michelle, or appropriate, to be really honest. And then I will just add that they came to me about 2 weeks before a deadline. They needed somebody that could do it really fast. In essence, they were desperate, and because they were pushing a deadline. So that's why I did that. And it was, again, well before I was a supervisor. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? Seeing none, we'll continue public comment.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin, again, from Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And listening to all the dialogue, I think enough has been said. I think Michelle has stated her case. The case of nonprofits working with government is a win-win. You have volunteers replacing employees that would otherwise absorb tax dollars, and it's an extremely good Chamber of Commerce, and what they're doing it's exemplary for a small county to have such dedication and use of money is a win-win. When it came to the national park, of course, Linda Stonier, one of the national park employees, was assigned to San Benito County to develop the Gateway Partners, and lots of business was discussed there, and the advantages and why national parks are put in areas of disadvantage or designated and helped as far as developing the economy around them. So I applaud all of the cooperation that the chamber as a nonprofit and as a chamber and the support that the county is giving it in order to develop our tourism, which includes our parks, which makes it all possible for us to enjoy life here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Medina, members of the Board of Supervisors. This is Victor Gomez. I sit as chairman of the board for the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce, and certainly want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. First of all, I really do believe in putting your money where your mouth is. And I know that the Board of Supervisors certainly does care about the business community. We have suffered. The chamber has suffered under COVID, just like many businesses have. And we can't really do it and be successful without the support, unanimous support of the Board of Supervisors. So we want to thank you for your dedication to our organization, and we hopefully could continue to count on your support and leadership. I cannot commend Supervisor Peter Hernandez anymore. He's deeply involved in the business community, just like I was for a number of years. And, you know, we couldn't do it without the leadership of people like Supervisor Hernandez and others on the board who are focused around tourism. So we certainly want to thank you for your support, your past support. Again, we hope that we could count on your continued support moving forward in supporting our organization through events, through your budget and putting your money where your dedication is. I know I know that Supervisor Kosmicki has spoken and spoke during his campaign about focusing on tourism and focusing on bringing good quality jobs to San Benito County. Well, this is the way to do it, by supporting your local business organizations and helping us help you. Private-public partnerships are critical to the success of San Benito County. I say that as a local business owner and as somebody that has dedicated a long time to the Chamber of Commerce. And I really do hope that we could continue to count on your ongoing support. Thank you.
No more comments on Zoom?
Okay. Let me guess. Elia Salinas.
There we go. Okay. So I agree with Supervisor Kaminsky to a certain extent. Fully support the chamber, absolutely support the chamber, but we need to be careful and how to, if you're going to allocate money, which has already been, you do that every year, but if you're going to be doing more money, there has to be some type of an oversight on how the money is being spent and not give 100% over to the chamber and let them decide how the money is spent. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Ever since I've been aware of the chamber, and it goes back to Vieira, I can't remember her first name now.
Julie
Vieira, and then it was Candace. Well, when Candace came on board, it actually started becoming more of an inclusive chamber. More businesses were invited. Michelle took over 4 months later. Candace wasn't around that long. Michelle took over, and they've made sure that they're friendly to everybody. The door's open to everyone to come and join the chamber, and it wasn't like that before. A lot has changed because of the staff that Michelle has and the work that Michelle has, and she has a lot of drive, and she's vested because she's here from the community. I know that Victor Gomez said that COVID really hit the chamber last year. Well, what COVID did is actually COVID diverted the chamber into something else, which was they were a major source to help with the Great Plates program and getting the funding out there for the small businesses. So they were diverted into something else, and so they didn't really get to do the work that they normally do. But then that happened to everybody, right? And you all are sitting here. It's an incentive to visit, and you want, I don't want to just concentrate on the wine trails because I'm not about, and believe it or not, just because I'm in the cannabis industry, I don't promote people smoking weed or doing whatever and getting on the road. The same thing with the wine industry. Go visit your wine, go do wineries, but you must have a designated driver. So I don't want it to be the number one focus. Come visit our wine trails, but you have to be responsible about it. And if you guys are going to be out here and you're going to be saying that you want to be inclusive of the parks and bring in the tourism, it's true that print is no longer, especially since COVID, nobody's handing out magazines anymore. There's got to be different ways, and I know that Michelle and their staff are going out there, and now it's all social media and different pages or whatever, Instagram and TikTok and everything like that. But as supervisors, as you all sit there, when was the last time you went and hiked Pinnacles, Danza, Mud Trail? So if we're going to talk about it, you guys need to be out there visiting these places as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Deanza was a couple days ago. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board. It was just a informational only. No vote was needed. We'll go to.
Is it okay if I just mention some final comments, Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course.
So I just wanted to basically hone it down with a couple thoughts. I lost my notes. So the magazines. So I had you guys look, I gave you guys those magazines. On page 32, I just want to kind of hone in on one thought, and I think it's kind of really encompasses this whole thing. Page 32, it's that page, it says the pinnacle of a gateway. I thought that was a pretty strong statement because it obviously mentions pinnacles because it's our national park, but it says a getaway. And then underneath it basically somehow, I'm trying to remember what sentence it was in, but basically it mentions in there, an undiscovered national park, gorgeous wine trail, and historic areas await. In the speech that I shared, I would say pretty passionately at the ribbon cutting when the revitalization happened, I said, we enact the vision by recruiting passionate people who replace excuses for solutions. That took a lot of effort, right? Because the goal was to work with people that wanted to get things done. And to a certain extent, that meant that we had to prioritize our efforts. The goal was to include everybody in that conversation, but ultimately whoever can get the job done was what the focus was. So I just want to emphasize that this is an inclusive process. This whole goal is to make sure that we get, I believe there's wisdom in the council of many. I shared that before. We cannot move the ball across the finish line if we don't know what it means to work with people. I appreciate what Michelle mentioned about working with Morgan Hill. There's wisdom to be gathered from other folks. I think to a certain extent, it's not so much about trying to be better than them. It's about trying to highlight how good our community is or the value of what our community has, right? It's trying to emphasize that. And I would say that's kind of the bigger picture mission with this. As long as we work together, success will happen. And I just wanted to make sure to stress that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. So item number 2 under the staff recommendation, it actually highlights providing a staff overall direction on tourism strategy and discussing financial options. So I guess I'm hearing different comments from the board. I just wanted to maybe get a little more clear direction to the ad hoc, that the ad hoc can work on probably those 2 items maybe from the board. So whether going out to an RFP.
Well, I would let the ad hoc, I would think is I would let the ad hoc come up with that and bring it to us, and then we decide.
Just wanted to get that clarity.
Is that all right with everyone?
I just want to get that clarity from the board.
To be had, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
And between today's presentation and yesterday's conversation, I have 4 pages of notes, so I've got a lot to talk about.
Good deal.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go to number 17. This is another report. No decision needed, correct? Go ahead, Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think the answer would be yes, no decision needed, but we do want to give you and the board and Mr. Espinosa and the county administrative staff a quick update on progress so far on the regional park planning. You may remember that the board approved a lease with the school district 2 weeks ago. Seems like longer than that, doesn't it? And that evening, the school board also approved the lease, and so that solidified our ability to begin the planning and the public outreach for the park. We just wanted to give you a quick update that all of this is being done in the context of a grant application for $3 million that'll go to the Prop 68 for state funding, which is only available to counties. And I think I'm optimistic we have a very good chance. One of the key components of that is public outreach. Mr. Chambliss on our staff has been very active in that regard, and 6 public meetings have been scheduled to secure as much public outreach as we can. Mr. Chambliss would have been here today himself, but he's interviewing for a key staff position and was tied up all day today, so he asked me to stand in for him. It's probably not an adequate substitute, but he's brought so much energy to this, and I'm very thankful for the work he's doing on it. There are 6 meetings. The first was last night. There's also an online survey available in both, and it's bilingual, both Spanish and English, available to be filled out. We've had over 90 responses already to that survey. Last night at the park, we set up under a canopy and had boards that were available for people to mark down. It was like a blank palette, what they'd like to see in terms of regional park components. And then we photographed all those, and we're saving those as part of the public response to the possibility of having a public park at that location. I should say it's more than a possibility. It's starting to feel very real. Supervisor Hernandez was there and stayed for quite a while and engaged with us and with some of the citizens, and thank you for doing that. It was great to have the support. There will be 2 more meetings this week, and we're posting this on social media, as well as we sent another press release to the San Benito link, and I'll mention those meeting dates in case people can join us. And it's sort of an open house format. Come by, indicate your own preferences for what you'd like to see in a regional facility at that location, so that we can reflect the will of the people here and the desires of the community with whatever we submit to the state for possible funding. Those meetings for the rest of this week will be Saturday morning at 7 o'clock, probably run till mid-morning, or be available till mid-morning. And then again, did I say Saturday? I meant Friday. Friday. This Friday from 7 o'clock until 10 or 11. Then on Saturday morning from 9 until noon. Then next week we will have 3 more public meetings, again Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. Friday morning at 8 a.m. this time, and then 9 o'clock on Saturday morning next week. And those dates are available on our link to the park. And I also wanted to, as well as the social media, the county's Facebook page, the Reach San Benito Regional Parks Facebook page, and I wanted to give them, express to them our appreciation for their participation. They were there last night in force and were very, very helpful. The current president, John Roble, and members of his board, Valerie Eglund and Anita Kane. Anita brought her whole family there, and it was just great to have the support. Robin, I've forgotten Robin's last name, but she was there as well, along with county staff. I think it's going to be really great. We think we engaged about 25 residents last night. People were right next to the walkway along River Parkway. When they came by, we sort of tried to encourage them to come in and tell us what they think.
Thank you.
I'm thankful for the kickoff, and the key deliverable from a facility perspective in the near term, we hope, is is the construction of a temporary parking lot on the south side of River Parkway, kind of right across from the pool. That's on the Palm Tag property that we already owned before the lease. Altogether, we have 70 acres, 23 of our own, and 47 as a result of the 99-year lease. And we'd like to build a temporary parking facility that's ADA accessible, and we'll also have an ADA accessible ramp down to the trails below that are already being widely used and well received. And thanks to you, you provided a $200,000 budget approval for us to get going on that, as well as the park planning. So we're underway, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
I have a question.
Member of the board?
Yes. Okay, so clarification, Mr. Young. So that's Friday morning at 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's this Friday. Okay, and then Saturday from 9 to noon, you stated?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's at the site, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's right kind of just south of the path, the bicycle pedestrian path, sort of across from the pool facility room.
Yes, right.
You might say. Yeah.
I'll see you on Friday morning then. Yes.
Very well.
And I thank you for the press release too. When we voted on the lease at our last board meeting, and then the high school voted on it, Benito Link had erroneously reported that, you know, we tabled it. And I got on my high horse and responded back, and they did a clarification.
Okay.
If we make sure we give those press releases so that they can get the facts straight, that would be awesome. Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to thank Benny and Mike for all the hard work, and just another, if we can get something, I know we can't do it tomorrow, but just keeping it on the back burner that even though we have a long-term objective of all these nice things, I'd make sure that we're getting that area kind of fixed up and get at least something out there at some point in the relatively near future so that our public can start using that sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll plan to report regularly, Mr. Chair. I think we'll give you another report similar to this, largely verbal, but with a staff report on June 6th.
Mr. Chair, one comment. Benny, I see where it's, in the report, it says, staff has met with Jason DeRosa of Public Works to work out a mowing schedule for the facility. When we meet next week on the budget, we certainly have to talk about, and I'm sure it's in there, but how we can supplement his staff to, because among all the other things, and on top of this, you know, mowing and everything else, he needs more people. If we're
Very
gonna-
well.
Yeah, so anyway,
Mowing the
So-
park?
I'm assuming that's,
He mowed the area that we were in yesterday to get the grass down so that
Right.
people could
I'm-
stroll around
I'm-
in that area, and it's kind of the same area that's going to be the parking lot.
I'm just using this as an opportunity to bring up a sore subject, that's all.
That's a
Thank you.
really good point, Supervisor Tiffany. I definitely support that. It makes me actually think about last year. The brush, right, because
Yeah.
it's so high, the possibility of fires, you know, and especially since we're gonna be entering into fire season, we probably should consider the reality of protecting the public if, with that situation with the dry brush. Yeah, so,
I'll
thank
make
you
a
for
note of that.
reminding me.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment?
A comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Ms. Salinas? You sure? No, we have one more, ma'am. Okay, being our, Ms. Salinas does not want to speak, we'll go to our public hearing. So we will open up public hearing at 2:34. County Council? Okay. Any questions for the board?
When will it be ready, Barbara? Okay.
They've already done the home inspection, they've already got the title report, I believe, so I think that on May 25th, we'll have the board consider it, and then we'll still have to finish the rest of the escrow process, but it'll be ready, I think, on the 25th.
So we vote for a continuance, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
That's what
we
it is, sir.
open and continue the public hearing after we
First
receive
immediate
anybody that's, would like to comment today.
Any public comment?
If you'd like to comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
We'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Salinas, any public comment? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll move that we continue the public hearing to consider purchase of the real property at 60 North Chappelle Road till the next meeting. Or, sorry, for a public hearing, May 25th at 9 a.m.
And does that need to go back into any public paper or anything like that? Or is that, this is in lieu of it, right? Okay. Yeah, so it's in lieu of it, right?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
No? 4-1. 4-1. I'm a no. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make-
Mr. Chair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.